Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralists.
up.
Up around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Someone's got it playing in the background.
Why am I hearing that in the background?
Who has that in the background? Yeah.
Hey, it's a bop. Play it as much as you want.
Yeah. How's it going, everyone?
It's going good. Let's introduce our guest, and then I have something. Yeah, I mentioned to you guys earlier, but let's introduce our guest first.
Yeah.
Who are we hearing?
I'm hearing echo.
Is someone not using headphones?
I don't have headphones. I'm sorry. That echo is me.
It was fine before, though. That's weird.
Yeah. I didn't hear any echo earlier.
Yeah. There you go.
And Rebecca will be here. She was just here, but she'll be here this week.
All right. So while she fixes the headphone issue, we'll introduce her. Let me do my statement first. I mentioned to the guys earlier that I had to touch on something at the start of the episode. I've vaguely talked about this on this show prior, but earlier today on the Majority Report, Matt Leck was talking about his show Left Reckoning.
Wait, should we introduce Ariana, because this might take a while, I feel like.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. Let's introduce Ariana.
I just want to give her the chance to introduce herself. Ariana, go ahead.
Yes. Who are you, Ariana?
Yeah, for sure. Don't worry. My intro will be very, very quick. Sorry about the mic stuff. Hello, my name is Ariana Jasmine. Oh my God.
Oh, you're muted, Ariana.
Oh, maybe you're hearing yourself.
Oh.
I'm still like a echo. I'm so sorry. I'm trying. Let me.
We don't hear an echo on our end.
We don't
anymore.
hear it. It's just you then.
So maybe you're playing. Maybe
myself, yeah.
You know what? I bet it's playing on your computer somewhere. I bet the stream is playing on your computer.
Oh, in a tab.
Oh.
Yeah, like you probably have a browser tab that's got the stream on it, and that's
right.
Because that happens to me too all the time.
So while she deals with that, back to my statement. So all right. Earlier today, Matt Leck was talking about a recent episode of his show Left Reckoning and how they basically covered David Pacman's coverage of what's going on in Gaza with Israel and the Palestinians. And during that conversation, Michael Brooks was brought up because of his take on it. Obviously, he's no longer with us, so we don't know what his take on this specific situation is, but based on a large library of his takes on Israel and Palestine, we know. And so I brought up the situation between me and Pacman from 3 years ago that I've, like I said, vaguely mentioned on this show, about how we had an interaction via email shortly after Michael's death, because I, during the memorial episode, mentioned Pacman in a humorous way, not meant to, attack him or hurt his feelings, but it bothered him. And so there was what I thought was a beef for 3 years. I mentioned this whole thing on the show earlier. Pacman found out about the episode, reached out to me privately, and we squashed the beef. It seems like it's very plausible that based on how we both wrote our back and forth emails, we could have had a misunderstanding. So I'd much rather focus on Pacman's coverage when I'm of issues, when there is some sort of back and forth with me and Pacman. So in terms of any personal beef with Pacman and I, perceived or otherwise, I would like to say it is now squashed. So anyone who's going after Pacman after my explanation earlier on the majority report, which apparently according to Pacman happened, you no longer have to do that. Focus on the issues, because anything I say about Pacman going forward will be about that. And I let him know that you guys wanted him on the show, and I was totally for it. But I had been assuming this whole time that he hated me because of this beef. So that apparently is no longer the case. Pacman, we could invite Pacman on the show and talk about the issues. So that's that. I will also state that I misstated how the back and forth emails went. Pacman had said something on his show, and I emailed him. He said something on his show about what I said about Michael and him on the majority report, and so I emailed him. I initially said he emailed me first. That is not accurate. I emailed him after he said something about me on the show. That's that. That's all. Case closed.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I was expecting something a little bit more entertaining.
I mean, listen, because I don't want. First of all, like, I don't like that story. I brought it up specifically because when talking about Pacman and then talking about Michael on Israel and Palestine, the central part of that disagreement, if you want to call it, between me and Pacman was me saying, that we found Michael from Pacman's show, but based on who Michael is and where he stood politically, it was clear from the get-go that Michael was a better fit on the majority report than Pacman's show. And I just brought that up in that context of talking about both's opinion on Israel and Palestine to state that, I mean, I don't see how someone could have a problem with that statement when now more than ever before you can see how it's just factually accurate. Like, if Michael was working for David Pacman's show today, he would, I don't see a scenario where he continued to work for David Pacman's show based on those takes that Pacman currently has on what's going on. So that's why it was brought up. It wasn't meant to, I wasn't looking to cause drama. I'm not that type of person, regardless of the jokes I make about being that type of person who's all about the money and doing super chats. I'm actually not.
Your jokes.
I'm actually,
character.
But it is a character. I'm literally the reverse.
Of course, yes.
I make less than all of you guys doing the YouTube stuff, so it's very clear I'm bad at it. Okay. I'm not a clickbait guy. I'm not good at it. I'm not out for drama for clicks. So, I mean...
well, I already clickbaited you for this, so...
that's
Mike's thumbnail is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I would not do that. Like, that's something I wouldn't do.
It's objectively funny. Listen, I did not expect our first beef that would be crushed would be from Matt. I feel like you would have instigated more than stopped.
No,
but I mean, this is kind of a beautiful first in the podcast history.
Listen, I would love to have a beef with Pacman over... I'd much rather, let's put it this way, have a beef with Pacman over his takes than... all
right, let's start one right now then.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, yeah, I'd much rather do that. I mean, I would love to have him on the show so we could talk about it with him, which seems more possible now than I thought it was before, honestly.
Well, let's let Ariana introduce herself because I'm super excited to have her. Hopefully you can hear us and everything is copacetic.
Yeah, everything is fine. I'm sorry. I feel like a boomer because
Nice.
the audio was so, it's just, okay, sorry about
You're
that.
in good company then because we're all boomers here.
Okay, great. That makes me feel so much better. So I was like, why is this not working? Hi, everyone. My name is Ariana Jasmine. First of all, I just want to say I look up to every single one of you in your own ways. I was telling Mike before I came on, I literally stream Mike's videos every single day on Twitch. So it's such an honor to be invited here. Yeah, of course. And like, obviously, all of you as well. I look up to you guys. So you guys are great. Thank you for having me. My name is Ariana Jasmine. I am a progressive. I started off as a progressive content creator, but I've kind of like shifted towards the socialist side now. I'm more of an active member of DSA and whatnot. I create leftist political content on almost every single platform. I'm bigger on TikTok and Instagram, but I also Twitch stream every single day, Monday through Friday. And I also use YouTube, but I haven't figured out the YouTube algorithm, so I'm still working on that. But everything else I do, I post daily about all things leftist politics. So yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming here. And speaking of algorithm, everybody go subscribe to Ariana on YouTube.
Thank you.
We'll give you the algorithm boost, the leftist mafia boost, hopefully.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to bring on Ariana because Ariana.
Oh wait, hold on 1 second, Ariana. I think your audio is coming from your headphones and not your mic. You might want to just switch that.
I was gonna say she has some also like same reactions to the whole conflict. I shouldn't even call it a conflict. You know, Israel's war into Gaza, and I think it's important to bring on more people. I think it's therapeutic to talk about this. She is somebody who's from the Middle East, so it's really important to get that perspective. And yeah, just really happy that you could join us, Ariana.
You're on mute now.
Now you're muted.
I'll get this eventually.
No, there you go. It sounds better now.
I will get this eventually. Yeah, thank you so much. I am from the Middle East, so I am Iranian American. I was born in America, but when I was in 8th grade, I lived in Iran for a year. So I was very active with the Free Iran movement that started last year and the Women Life Freedom stuff. So yeah, I do kind of bring a unique perspective towards Middle Eastern politics, but I do want to just be clear, I am not Palestinian, I'm Iranian American, but still like under the Middle Eastern umbrella, of course.
What was it like there?
Yeah.
It was bad. It was the worst year of my life. It was so bad. I mean, it's crazy because I was born and raised in America. Actually, I guess this all ties in together. So my parents are Muslim. My mom is more practicing. My dad isn't. But she's not even like super practicing either. But they put me in a like kindergarten private school, and the private school was a mosque. It was like a mosque that would be a K-6 school. And so 2 weeks after they put me into this mosque school, 9/11 happened, and they pulled me out immediately, and they never spoke of Islam again. So they wanted me to grow up knowing what Islam was, but I was never able to because they were just so scared. And so when I lived in Iran for that year, I had no idea what Islam was. I didn't really know how it operated. And you take like a child that grew up in America and has like, compared to Iran, has a lot of like freedoms where like I can brush my hair in public, or, you know, I can wear what I want. But in Iran, it's so dictatorshipy, circumferenced around religious, you know, theocracy, that it was just so bad. It was so bad. Like I didn't know what was going on half the time. I definitely got arrested by the morality police. My best friend and I did. And it was just a very traumatizing experience. After a year, I told my dad, I was like, you need to bring me home, because towards the end of that year, they had to put me on antidepressants, like antipsychotic. Like I was on a bunch of medication because I just couldn't handle it. And so my dad ended up moving me back here, and I haven't been back since. So it was a bad year. Yeah, it was a bad year.
How old were you when you were arrested?
I was 13.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they arrested my best friend and I because our hijab wasn't on properly.
Bad hijab.
So
oh my God.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
To their standards. So it was we were both arrested. They let us go when they found out I was American and she was Canadian. So once they found out that we were foreign, they like let us go, and they were like, fuck off, like, excuse my language. They were like, go, just leave. Because I don't think they wanted, like, there's this added pressure when you arrest foreign Iran, like, you know, Iranian Americans or Iranian Canadians. But yeah, they let us go. So I guess I did have a little bit of privilege when it came to that. But I was definitely arrested by them. So
yeah, it's so interesting because anyone who I've talked to from Iran, they've all given me this impression that the population itself is very much more secular, not necessarily secular, but they're not in lockstep with the regime itself. Like they're much more progressive in a sense. And it seems like
it looks beautiful too.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. And one thing that's so interesting about Iran is we always hear this, oh, Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East. Actually, Iran was too, until the United States government decided to overthrow their democratic government. So, yeah, very interesting. So I'm really happy to have your perspective because I think it's important and it's very interesting.
I appreciate it. You know, sometimes I do think about like, what would the Middle East look like today if America never existed? I hate to say it. I know it's a really bad thing to think, but sometimes I do. Like sometimes when I can't go to sleep, I think to myself, like, I wonder what the Middle East would look like right now if, you know, I don't know, America didn't exist in the way that it does today. And that doesn't
America
just,
too.
yeah, right. It doesn't just go for the Middle East too.
South and Central America.
Yeah, it is like a,
and a lot of countries in Africa as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
the
we
world.
Have fucked the world.
Yeah, the whole world.
And we're still going, baby. Still doing it. It's just, yeah, it's very frustrating. This has been like, I think, I mean, these last couple of weeks have been just horrible. And then this week in particular just gets worse. There was the mass shooting last night in Maine. And then there's the press conference that Biden held where he dismissed the death toll from the Gaza Ministry of Health. That sent me into this rage that I cannot explain because it's like with his full chest on national television, he's straight up just like, he's saying the thing. Like, this is how genocides happen. They get dismissed and denied.
Just
and
deny reality.
Deny reality. And on top of that, you see today, you know, this attempt by Marjorie Greene to censure Rashida Tlaib. And it's not just the fascists who are coming after her. You have liberals like Joy Behar attacking her, Democrats attacking her. It just feels like I'm losing my mind. And I know it's all the same for you. So, yeah, been bad.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, is there a German word for being like extremely angry and sad at the same time, but like into a fusion of like a new emotion? Sometimes that's kind of what it feels like. I don't always have a word for it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ariana, you.
No, that's fine. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I had something to say, but I forgot. No, okay, I remember. I will say the only thing that does give me hope, which Mike, I think you did highlight really well in one of the videos that you just posted, is that back when the Afghanistan war, when we were like pitching the Afghanistan war and whatnot, only Barbara Lee was the one who stood against it publicly. And even she was kind of on the fence. She was like, I don't know if I want to go against it or not. And she did. And she was like the one and only outlier. But now we do have a couple more politicians. It's still not great, but it's better than what it was 20 years ago.
I know we were talking about two ones last week that showed really, a lot of favorability for like a changing of the tide, so to speak. One just came out in Canada that shows that the majority of Canadians do not support militarily helping Israel right now in their current campaign.
Hi, guys. Good evening.
Hey,
hi, Ariana.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
No, that was it. Me just saying, like, it's actually kind of good news to see these polls coming out where it seems like it's almost like we're getting this onslaught of mainstream media news, and a lot of people like posturing right now. I was one of the ones who wasn't fooled after all of that yellow cake uranium and then the war in Iraq. I was one of the smart ones, you see. But this is definitely, we need to destroy terrorism right now. We have the face of evil. It's the children of light versus the children of darkness. We have to get in there and we have to destroy terrorism. They're buying into all the exact same talking points kind of thing all over again. But the general public, it really feels, is not completely being brainwashed by this, or at least like the TikTokers ain't, like a lot of the kids are putting out a lot of TikToks.
I mean, that's why. It's because media is less centralized now. It's not just about whatever the evening news is saying. It's really about what's happening on TikTok, what's happening on Twitter. People see the images. People see what is going on. Stuff that's not being shown, in mass media generally, and even. To be fair, even mass media actually, as I've covered segments from CNN, MSNBC. Piers Morgan has a lot of guests on who are discussing what's actually going on in Gaza and the Israeli apartheid. So there is definitely just more awareness because there is, I think, just a willingness to actually discuss reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And you
I
can see
actually
it,
feel
like
like
you
this
said.
is the first time that the pro-Israel propaganda is not effective. Like I think it's failed miserably, and you can kind of see that desperation. Like you see them fucking like the official Israel account posting like Voldemort memes and shit. Like what the fuck is going on? Like
That
you're
account is off the fucking
you're
hook. It's ridiculous.
flailing.
It's a ridiculous
Yeah.
account.
And then Matt, what Matt
yeah,
posted about that was insane. Can you tell him about that, Matt?
Yes, sure. So there is this conspiracy theory called Pallywood. And it's basically a claim. It's not new. It goes back to the early 2000s. I think the year 2000, there was a film called Pallywood that tried to claim this. And that's where it all started. But basically the Pallywood conspiracy theory is that people in Palestine, in Gaza, the Palestinians, they basically fake scenarios. They set up scenery. It's basically like crisis actors, like the Alex Jones, Sandy Hook crisis actor thing, but for Palestinian people. And this, whenever something happens, there's video or photos that go viral of something happening to Palestinians. The claim is that it's not true. These are actors. Or that photo was set up that way, and it was it's not real. So there's always going to be conspiracy theorists or whatever, and I will say the Pallywood thing is certainly growing right now, and I'm seeing some larger accounts share that type of stuff. But I noticed that just today, one interesting account was sharing a Pallywood conspiracy, and that was the literal official @Israel account. You want to bring this up on the, I'm not good at doing the screen share. So if one of you guys want to pull it up, here it is in the private chat. 1 second, here we go. So
I'll do it.
So yeah, pull that up first. Okay, so pull up. I've seen this going around. I don't think the @Israel account is the originator of this particular conspiracy theory about this guy, but they shared it. This is the official.
Oh, I seen this.
This is the official Israel account. This is the official government account for the country of Israel. You click the first image. So the official @Israel account says, fake news alert, the devil works hard, but Gaza's film industry works harder. Meet Saleh, terrorism supporter, singer, and quote-unquote actor. You may have seen Saleh a lot recently because he has miraculously been everywhere. Saleh celebrate, and they're claiming this footage shows Saleh celebrating Hamas rocket launches at Israel. I've seen this guy in a lot of places, but that's because these conspiracy theorists are sharing footage from his Instagram account over and over again. And now move to the second tweet they shared. This was part of the thread, as you can see, the reply. It was a part of one thread, the Israel account again. Here's another video of this star on his deathbed a couple of days later after an alleged airstrike. Notice anything strange about the machines behind him? Most of the machines are disconnected, and the ones which have fake stats. And then there's an image of a man laying down in a hospital with all sorts of tubes attached to him. That is not the same person. That is not Saleh. I looked into this. The original, the first, you can go to the second tweet. I have it there. There's another tweet in that thread. That first image is of Saleh. The one of him that they claim is him looking at rockets. But the image of the person in the hospital bed is actually a 16-year-old named Mohammed Zendik, who's not in Gaza, and he wasn't in a hospital bed recently. The video of him in the hospital bed was posted on TikTok in August. And the reason he was in the hospital was because he was at a refugee camp in the West Bank when the IDF raided the refugee camp, killing 2 people and injuring countless others. Mohammed Zendik, the 16-year-old in that video, just happened to be there, and he lost his leg. That's why he was in the hospital, because the IDF raided this camp in the West Bank, not Gaza, and their raid caused him to lose a leg. There are plenty of videos on Instagram of the first individual, Saleh, running around Gaza, taking video. He's got both his legs. And then if you go to TikTok, you could then see plenty of video from Mohammed Zendik's accounts of him today with one leg. It's not the same individual. They're in two separate areas. And both of them, though, clearly, the first guy's in Gaza taking video of what's actually happening in Gaza right now. And then the second video is of a guy who literally lost his leg because of the Israeli military. But they're not the same person. None of this is Pallywood. None of this is fake. None of this is staged. But you have the official Israeli government account claiming that this is staged footage from one individual. It is straight up like lies. Like the
Alex Jones level bullshit.
Yes. This is what Alex Jones owes the Sandy Hook parents.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity, because easily, just from me clicking on it before, you breaking down all of that, which I thank you for, just seeing it on X, on Twitter, and just all over social media, a lot of people were able to use this and say that this is fake, this is, they're acting, and you don't get that the misinformation check anymore on Twitter so much. They'll just add like extra information, but they are allowing this to just go through and as if it's actually a story that they're faking, and making Palestinians look, how they want them to look on social media. So,
you know how people are so worried right now about AI and AI being used and technology behind it? Like, we're getting fooled by video game footage from 2003. Like, we don't need advanced technology right now. We're sharing Arma 3 footage and being like, oh, those were Hamas fighters shooting down helicopters. It's real. I've seen it. It's on the internet. It's got to be true.
Didn't Ben Shapiro share that AI generated photo of what he alleged was a charred baby? But then
that one is a little more complicated. People ran with
right.
that one because the only evidence that it wasn't was that they ran it through an AI system itself that's supposed to detect AI, images, and that AI detector was like, this is AI generated, but that's not proof that the picture isn't genuine. And if you actually run that picture through Google image search, it doesn't show up like results, and you can't see the original AI generated version. So that one's kind of spread by the more gray zone, which is like leftist InfoWars side of things.
I wouldn't even call them
not that I want to defend Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, they're not even leftist.
Yeah. I mean, Ben Shapiro shared this one, not from the Israel account, but from another account. There's literally that right wing end wokeness account that Elon Musk has helped promote in the past. They shared the most viral version of They shared the most viral version of this one, claiming this guy in the hospital bed guy is the same person. They had over 13 million views on their tweet sharing this one. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. It's absolutely like, and then there was that viral tweet earlier today from some crypto tech VC that claimed that we're losing he says, we're losing the information war. And his explanation was young people are anti-Israel, and his analysis was the reason they are anti-Israel is because TikTok is brainwashing them. Not
trans and the kids too.
It's not that they're seeing footage from people in Gaza and what's happening to them and their families in real time. It's not that actual footage of dead bodies and homes destroyed. It's not that. It's that the CCP is brainwashing our children. And of course, everyone started sharing it. Oh, this explains why the kids are wrong. This explains why the kids are wrong. Like the literal Principal Skinner meme. I mean, we are in a really bad place right now. And this is honestly even worse than like, oh, Trump lies. Because when that happens, you at least have half the country realizing this. This is literally like everyone versus the people who actually know what's going on, but everyone else thinks they're the ones who really know what's going on, and we're the liars, even though the facts are just bearing out the opposite to them.
Even the president of the United States, Joe Biden he's not helping at all, questioning what is real and what is not with the deaths in Palestine, who's really being attacked, and him saying that out loud, to the country is it's a bit unsettling, because I don't know how much longer he can try to keep up with this and act like what's happening isn't happening. Palestinian people they're dying. They're being murdered. Like, genocide is being committed, and he's just still like, well, we really don't know. And the people of Israel, we stand right by you. We're going to stick right beside you. We don't know the numbers. We don't really know if we can count on what's going on. And there was like this list that came out, and so many families' names on there. I think the first 70 or something of the sort was just one family. The next set was like, another set of a family. And just knowing that is as the deaths, and seeing on top of that, like, we're traumatized by seeing the video that's going on. And I know the president of the United States is seeing the same thing that we're seeing. It's just available to us online. We're seeing it in action. People are doing this. We're seeing Israeli social media influencers mock the deaths, the murder.
Right. Oh, that was
trend
bad.
about it,
That to me is ridiculous. And it also doesn't help, because we're seeing an influx of people being attacked, right? People who are look Middle Eastern or any sort, they're being attacked. So we see an influx of racism. Joe Biden isn't really helping. He's not helping at all. And I think it's real problematic with misinformation but it's like the misinformation is there, but then we have the video, right? We have people going live. We have all of that happening. So I don't know how I don't know how the president just can sit there and say what he's been saying. Again, it's really unsettling, and just to see social media in the mess that it is over what's happening as well.
Just before you play this clip, by the way, Rebecca, to your point, that he's done that multiple times. He did that with the 40 beheaded babies story, and then the White House official count. Yeah, they retracted that. He also did the same thing with the hospital bombing, which, again, like Matt said, the most rational thing you could say is, at this point, we don't know, right? But the evidence that is coming out, including that new New York Times investigation, is showing that the official stories that are coming out of the Israeli government doesn't seem to be true either. So at this time, we don't know. That would have been enough to just. Why are you going out there and saying that with confidence?
With confidence.
The 40 baby beheadings was so interesting, because it was a journalist in I-24 News, and she was like, I just kind of heard some soldiers say 40 baby beheadings, and she said that, and then all these news stations were like, okay, that's a source, that's a direct source, we're going to use her. And then they all just started spewing like 40 baby beheadings, and it's just like, and we're still trying to dismantle that rumor, because that was a rumor. I'm not saying babies didn't die in the incident, but like 40 baby beheadings specifically was such misinformation. And I think it really just goes to play how much Middle Eastern people are constantly demonized in like these most barbaric ways. And it's not the first time, it won't be the last time. And I honestly blame the war on terror and George Bush and the Pentagon, but that's a whole different conversation. But the 40 baby beheadings, right when that came out, I was like, oh God, here we go. I was like, we're doing this again.
But that's all people can say. They'll continue to repeat that and think that we should just listen to that and not see what's going on and just dismiss everything that's going on. And that's what I don't like. I can't talk to people about it who are just like, well, you don't know. Like, what are you talking about? Here it is. The hospital bombing was to attack Hamas right then and there. So you're gonna attack people in the hospital. Why don't you get up under the ground? Like, figure out how. But the people in the hospital, so we don't care about them. Is that what we need? Is that what we're saying, that their lives didn't matter at all? And I don't understand how they try to make logic out of murder, but that's what's happening. People are being murdered.
Elie Mystal had a phenomenal piece of The Nation about this. This was from like last week. I talk about it in my video tomorrow, but he talks about how Biden, rightfully so, is able to condemn the attack on October 7th in Israel, but he can't bring himself to also condemn Israel, or even just say, hey, the people living in the desert need water, turn it back on. And that's why it feels
he's
like
downplaying numbers. He's trying to downplay the like that is just so infuriating. It's just so ghoulish. You're like, what is this world sometimes?
Yeah.
No,
I think there was I forgot which journalist, but someone looked up the like 30 of the past State Department reports on deaths in Gaza. And in each of these reports, the State Department sourced the Gaza Health Ministry as accurate and found
because
that
they've been reliable.
they are accurate.
They have been reliable.
Like they have, like when you see what's happening, they don't need to lie. Like there's not necessary. Like I think a lot of people are using the hospital thing. That the hospital as because at first people thought the hospital was completely destroyed, and there was the claim that was 500 dead. I mean, we still don't know what happened there. We don't know how that information got out. I have a theory, but it's just based on what we know right now, and is that word got around that the whole hospital was destroyed in the fog of war, and based on how many people are in the hospital, the assumption was 500 were dead, and that's what came out. And then from the next day, as they found out exactly where it was hit, obviously that number would get altered. But we're talking about like a specific instance where things were traveling fast and some mistakes were likely made as people were trying to figure out what was going on, which again, we still don't know exactly what happened in that instance. But we're then talking like, I think the number now is like, 7,000? So are we really going to quibble over whether, they might have counted, maybe it's just 6,500 people who are dead. I guess that's not no big deal. Like, if there is any discrepancy with the numbers, it's like
an undercount. There are thousands of people currently right now buried under rubble, and there's areas where they can't be dug out because those areas are being bombed, or it's too dangerous, or there's just no manpower to do it. It's like you can't imagine a more horrifying situation to then take that and be like, well, I think the numbers are being exaggerated to some degree. It's like when all the dust is settled, this is going to be devastation on a scale that we're just all going to be completely shell shocked by. Just have to learn it on a regular basis.
It is clarifying to me as somebody who grew up during the Iraq War, because it was so like to watch 9/11 and then see so many people just accept that we're going to go into Iraq, we're going to invade Afghanistan. And like looking back now as an adult, I was always curious, like, what the fuck happened? Because like I remember my dad reacting to the 2004 debate between Bush and Kerry when Kerry said, hey, you invaded a country that didn't attack us. My dad was like, yeah. And like as an adult, I remember that moment because it's like, wait, did nobody come to that realization like before the war happened? And so it's like I was always so perplexed by how there was support for this, how consent was manufactured. And now this has been very illuminating because you see in real time how the same, like there's so many similarities happening again, where you have this tragedy, 3,000 people die in 9/11, and then 1 million people get punished for it, died who had nothing to do with that. Same thing happening again. 1,400 dead, and now how many? It's so shocking, and it's like it's hard to process that information because like what I suspected was the case, which was just ignorance. That's not. It's so much worse than I anticipated. Now that I know as an adult and I see how it's happening, it's people are willingly accepting these dehumanizing narratives. They genuinely, like, based on what I've seen, they genuinely just don't think that Palestinians are human beings equal to them.
No.
And now imagine that there was no social media and there was no TikTok, there was no YouTube, it would be Iraq War 2.0 on steroids. Like it would be, the narrative would be completely. It already is heavily, pro-Israeli government, but it would, there would be no conversation.
We would have just got what the mainstream media was going to give us, and and shout out to the people who are working in mainstream media, who are pushing the truth. It's really hard in the space, but
I do feel like they're only able to really do that because of the backing of social media and the years of finally people understanding what's going on with Palestinians.
They can talk about that because of that, and I'm appreciative of that. And I know I've mentioned him a bunch on this show, but like Mark Lamont Hill, he's going hard. He is making sure he doesn't care what is at risk. He's going to make sure. Me too.
His interview on the Breakfast Club was so good.
Yes, and he was very informative, breaking it down. And that's what a lot of people need. People who are just willingly taking in this misinformation just because they want to be on the American side or pro-American, and they think that's patriotic. Yeah, this is it. But, to really inform yourself, to know what's going on, because a lot of people, as I said before, when I was asking the questions on the last episode, a lot of people don't really know what's happening. They're just going with talking points that they're hearing. And just because their grandparents or their parents are, pro this or pro that, get the information, figure it out. And there is a lot of video that may be traumatizing, but you can really look at and see what's going on. I know that
I just want to,
even for, I can't even believe, this is one thing, our country is funding this. To me, pushing a lot of money into Israel to help them do what they're doing, right? And then want to do things like ask us to pay for our student loans at this moment. We are traumatized. We're watching everything that's going on. We don't have time for that. We're watching you guys take money to literally go murder people.
Not to mention that Israel has universal health care. They have university assistance for students. They have a lot of social safety net programs that we heavily lack. And I do want to say something about Mark Lamont Hill. He lost his job at CNN over, speaking about Palestine. And, it takes true strength to really stand up to, established entities and just say hey, this is wrong. I'm going to speak out. And now he's in a much better platform, in a much better space where he's given that freedom to speak as well. So shout out to him. He did an amazing job interviewing the
former prime minister of Israel.
Yes, the former prime minister. He did an amazing job doing that. But also I want to talk about the UN resolutions really quick. We've had multiple UN resolutions being introduced. I believe one was by Russia, 2 were by Brazil, and every single time America said no. America was the only country to definitively say no on the last one from my best recollection. And they said that the resolution did not clearly state that Israel had a right to defend themselves. And so then Biden said that, okay, we're going to open up the Rafah border for humanitarian aid, because the UN resolution was really just to kind of pause and give humanitarian aid. We only saw about 54 trucks go through over the weekend, and none of them had fuel. We have about less than 24 hours before all of the hospitals are going to lose fuel. So we're talking about babies in the NICU, people who need dialysis, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's never cared. Him and Benjamin Netanyahu have been best friends for a very long time. And unfortunately, I feel like we're going to see this with any president that we elect, because Israeli lobby basically owns a lot of our politicians, both on the left and right side. And I hate to say it, but Joe Biden, I believe, has been paid out more than $4 million in total. So it's a lot of, Israeli lobby money. It's a lot of courting. And I don't on an establishment, when we talk about established Democrats and Republicans, I don't know what could change. It's worrisome, because I'm mad at Biden, but any other Democrat we vote in is still going to have that same ideology if they've been paid out by Israeli lobby.
Or even if they're not paid out, there's so much fears about them getting into your race. DMFI funding your opponent. This is what happened to Nina Turner. I mean, she was 35 points ahead in her race, and then DMFI got involved and she lost. I mean, that goes to show you that it is career suicide as a politician, not just as a politician. I mean, Ariana mentioned Mark Lamont Hill getting fired. There's also Katie Halpert. There's Nathan J. Robinson. And currently in Israel, there's a crackdown on college students. There's been many students fired for speaking out against Israel on social media. They're also getting fired from their retail jobs. There's a huge censorship campaign. And one thing that I mean, we could talk about liberals for hours because they are rubbing me the wrong way. the thing that
also
drives me
destroying
nuts,
their own base. They're just
destroying their own base,
splintering their parties and their staffers and everyone involved in there. It's just like,
Yeah.
I can't be a part of this. I can't be complicit to this. Like, I see it. Everyone sees it, you know?
Nope.
Yeah, and shout out to all of the staffers who are speaking up and the people within the State Department who are trying to stage like a mutiny. Shout out to the Muslim members of Biden's administration that are considering resigning or at least trying to pressure. That's really important because right now, what Biden's administration is doing, I mean, I don't think he understands how he is driving a massive wedge between him and his base of support. Because, I mean, and going back to like we didn't talk about this yet, but the Al Jazeera chief correspondent in Gaza, his entire family was taken out. They were killed.
Yeah.
His wife, his son, his daughter. But moments before that happened, Antony Blinken said that he talked to the Qatari prime minister about getting them to ease up, getting Al Jazeera to ease up on the coverage because, you know, it's a little bit too objective. He called it incitement, but just reporting the facts is incitement apparently. And then his whole family's taken out.
That
like,
is...
do you remember when the reaction from liberals when Trump said that the press is the enemy of the people, and now we have Biden's administration pressuring a regime to censor an outlet that's doing objective journalism? Like it is shocking to me. And then Joy Behar on The View today lambasting Rashida Tlaib, the one Palestinian American in Congress, because she is calling for a ceasefire. Because she won't retract what she said about the hospital. No one else will retract what they said when more analyses are showing that what Israel is saying is not adding up. It's just, it feels like we're living in the upside down. And the people who should, in theory, know better, which is liberals, they don't, because liberals are kind of like, this is how we get to these like NIMBYs, not in my backyard, right? Where it's like, oh my God, I care about the suffering and the unhoused. But then when affordable housing project goes up in your neighborhood, it's like, oh, but I don't want the poors next to me. You know, oh, I don't want this in my face. I don't want to see Palestinians on TV. Yeah, it's that hypocrisy that's so frustrating. John Fetterman tweeted out earlier, he's gonna make my fucking head explode. He was like, this is reprehensible. And then it goes to a picture of somebody who spray painted Free Palestine on some bricks. And I'm thinking like, wait, hang on.
Are you kidding? I
you
can't
can pull
even...
the tweet. I was staring at this for a long. I'm like, okay, what is reprehensible?
Right. That is some
There's got to be like something
propaganda.
horrible that is spray painted here that I'm missing. Like, is this a magic eye picture? Like, what the fuck is happening? But no, like if you pull up the tweet, it says Free Palestine. He's like, no, this is the only thing that should be displayed, and it's like an American flag with the missing Israeli hostages. Which, by the way, Israel killed 50 of them themselves, bombing. Like, they don't care about their own hostages, apparently. It's wild to me.
Also, not to be like I condemn Hamas, okay? Just to make this clear before I even talk. I condemn
we
Hamas.
do it regularly on this show.
Around here, okay?
Oh, man.
They're terrible.
But yeah, it's interesting because Hamas has been trying to talk to Israel, and Israel's just been going like, nope, I don't want to talk to you. We don't want to negotiate. So
right, no, that was confirmed, right? Where they wanted to release a couple of hostages, but Israel rejected it. I don't remember what the reason was for, but yeah,
they're like, no.
That's kind of why what Matt Binder was posting is so offensive, though, because like to imply that there's some like robust film industry going on in Gaza prior to this, as if the situation wasn't dire before this started, right? As if it wasn't an open air prison where they're dependent entirely on an outside source for food, fuel, medicine, and that's all just been cut off, right? And now things are just beyond despair. To start saying that this is like there's media campaigns or mass media campaigns to try and get actors to pretend to be victims and stuff like that. Like you don't need that. You can see for yourself with your own eyes. There's just like, it's not even destroyed buildings. It's just nothing. It's just like gray dust, like just as far as the eye can see, just endless destruction. And every time I see that photo, it's just like there's nothing there. Like there's an absolutely, you can't tell me this is precision strikes to be able to defend your own populace. This is leveling another densely populated area to nothing, to just absolutely nothing. There's nothing there anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's some photos that
very, very telling. Like you
Like,
can't look at that and not think so many civilians are trapped under that. Like
To
are
claim
dying.
that this is like there's
people
collateral damage. No,
died.
the majority of the people that are being killed are civilians. That is not collateral. That you are purposely killing civilians. That is obvious.
Oh,
But
There's
guys,
no
don't
denying
forget
it.
about the
Fighters.
Gaza film industry, though.
Yeah, right.
These pictures
Gaza
aren't
film
real. This is
industry.
AI. This is all of this. This
Mhm.
is, the real outrage was that sign, or that writing on the wall. See, this is the selective outrage.
Well,
This
it is from
the,
CNN. So there you go.
I just here, this is ridiculous. I don't understand. But people will say that and then they'll go and say CNN is the enemy just for posting something like that. And then when CNN talks about how they need to support Israel, then they're going to be like, this is where people need to get their news. It's so fickle online.
Or they'll just post the destruction and they'll say it's Israel. So Justin Bieber did that.
And then
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
and Jamie Lee Curtis, where she
Yeah.
showed like the Palestinian kids being bombed
And Justin
from Israel, and she's like, "Terror from above, stand with Israel." It's like, no, those are actually Palestinians getting
Wow,
bombed.
that's really dumb.
Yeah.
But how many Hamas fighters were taken out in this? Do we have a number yet? Like how many Hamas fighters successfully were eliminated through completely destroying and leveling entire blocks where there's nothing left? Nothing.
I mean, Hamas, I'm sorry to say it, I'm starting to feel like Hamas is kind of just an excuse. I think this was always their goal. This was always their goal.
No, I agree with you. And that's, that's my opinion. I agree. And, I feel like, okay, we've been hearing so much about Hamas now, and we condemn Hamas. But there are people that live outside of that who have been murdered. And so, like, for the hospital, for instance, y'all would be like, F all them people in the hospital, F them babies, F all of them. And just because Hamas is allegedly hiding underneath it, we're going to just bomb the hospital. We're going to bomb communities. We're going to do that. Like, can we make sure that the people are safe? Can we make sure we get them to, like, how are we not helping the people if you guys really are trying to get Hamas? Y'all don't care who's in the way. Y'all don't care. Y'all want to really clear out Palestine. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, my husband made a really great point about the main shooter situation, because he still hasn't been caught. He's still at large. And so who knows where he's hiding. And it's like, my husband was like, imagine what would happen if they, deployed this logic and they just started bombing blocks or bombing cities trying to, to catch him. It's like that would not be
I should be asking you as a white person if you condemn the shooter, Mike, before you start talking. Do you condemn the shooter?
Unequivocally condemn the shooter. Yes.
All right. As a white person,
was he gay though? Because if he was,
I don't know.
If he was straight, then that's on.
Yep, that's
Matt.
true. That's true. Then the straightest member of the left.
Your husband brought up that's a good, point that he made, because imagine though, they're looking for this shooter, right? Who is allegedly still at large. Picture everywhere, by the way. On another day, they will find somebody, but they can't find the shooter. Anyway, committed a mass murder, and is dangerous. Would they go out and just start in the local areas where he may or may not be? Will they just start shooting at people's homes or bombing people's homes looking for this person? Like it, I just
it's complicated,
because you can try to rationalize it in so many ways. It's like, okay, he could end up killing more people, so if we just take out this entire block, well, maybe we'll save more lives in the end. Like, you almost get into these weird utilitarian calculations where it's like, okay, hang on a second, if protecting human life is our number one goal, then you cannot approach it that way. You can't level an entire block just to catch one person.
Or you just don't think of them as humans. I mean, that's
true,
ultimately and actually, this is the clip I was going to play earlier.
Oh yeah, that clip was infuriating. There's so much rage bait online right now. I swear to God, it's killing me.
This is the former Israeli ambassador to the UN. Here you go.
And about something else, the collective punishment, as he put it, of the Palestinian people, and I want to talk about that in the context of the blockade and keeping fuel out of Gaza. I just wonder if you think that that is really necessary.
I'm very puzzled by the constant concern which the world and also Britain, I must say, Mark, is showing for the Palestinian people. and is actually showing for these horrible, inhuman animals who have done the worst atrocities that this century has seen, and the worst atrocities that Jews have suffered since the Holocaust. I mean, you know, when the United States reacted to 9/11, I don't remember people shedding tears for the Taliban or Al-Qaeda. Your country, Mark, actually, Britain, actually joined them and even sent your royals to fight in Afghanistan. When the Ukrainians reacted to Russia's invasion, I don't remember people worrying about the poor Russian soldiers and whether they had enough food. All of a sudden, when it comes to Israel, everybody is becoming a great humanitarian, totally forgetting what happened 2.5 weeks ago, which is unforgettable and unforgiven.
Play that again, just so people could. I want to make sure people heard that. He doesn't say Hamas. I want people to be absolutely clear here.
He's very
100%.
clear.
He's very clear here. And you know what? I said this. We played this clip in the majority report. I also think it's pretty disgusting to call anyone any sort of dehumanizing language. Human beings are completely capable of doing horrible things on the basis of being humans. Humans do bad things. So that's that. But he takes it even a step 1,000 times further here. Play it again. I want to make sure people understand who he's calling savages and animals and whatever else he said.
You know, I'm very puzzled by the constant concern which the world and also Britain, I must say, Mark, is showing for the Palestinian people, and is actually showing for these horrible, inhuman animals who have done the worst atrocity.
There you go. Also, kind of him to include Britain when saying the rest of the world. What was that all about? He said, play that part too. Like, that was really weird.
That this century has seen, and the worst atrocities that Jews have suffered since the Holocaust. I mean, you know, when the United States...
We don't have to listen to him anymore.
No, it's too much.
Yeah.
Didn't Richie Sunak just go visit Israel?
Yeah.
So did I mean, they're all doing it.
Yeah, we've got governors doing it. There was Newsom.
if they were to do it to try and de-escalate the situation, that's one thing. But it's just they're doing it as like a show of like support.
Yeah, to stand right by them. So who is standing by Palestine? I haven't heard.
No one's going to Gaza. I'll tell you that.
They're not.
No president's going to Gaza.
They're not. They're right there in Israel, and they are supporting them, and they want us to I don't see the math doesn't math. Literally, these people they have soldiers, they have equipment, you guys are funding them, other people are funding them, you know, they have allies. Palestine, little old Palestine, people in Gaza, what do they have? Nothing. You wanted to mention that you sent trucks over there and without what it needed to have, and come on.
They don't even have their own borders or their own waters or their own air.
They're drinking
medical staff are drinking
they don't
IV
control
bags.
anything.
Like IV bags. Medical staff are drinking the IV bags right now because they don't
Wow.
have enough water for themselves, to be able to help people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if the bombing were to stop right now, this would be a humanitarian crisis of unfathomable proportions. But the fact that it's still going on and the aid hasn't come in, only 54 trucks, as Ariana Jasmine said. I think there was hundreds of trucks. There was 200 from what I heard.
There's hundreds of trucks that go in every day just on a regular basis before all of this started. So the fact that they cut all the trucks off and there's only been 54 that were let in the span of a couple of days is really bad.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's really just devastating to think about. It's like I'm just going about my day, you know, I'm at the store getting some groceries and people are trapped, starving. It's hard to move on. It's hard to focus on anything but this because it's so tragic. And the hardest part is that all of this could end right now if Biden just said stop. Because Israel is not going to go against what their number one ally says, what the most powerful country on the planet says. But the fact that this is continuing, it is a choice by the Biden administration. He is as complicit.
Well, it's not just not stop. It's here's $14 billion and $100 billion defense bill that we're passing. Like, all right, okay, nice.
And
like,
what does Gaza have to fight back? Like, what it? Come on, y'all.
They
Like,
have stones.
people.
They have stones. Like that's what the UN, the Israeli ambassador went to the UN and he was like, "We are getting hit by these rocks every single day," and it literally looked like a skit off of SNL. Like it was ridiculous.
No.
But also, I do just want to say that, like, sorry, just really quick. We see this kind of dehumanization when we look at any kind of genocide. And I like Mike, when I watch your videos, I do think you highlight this really well when it comes to like the struggles that trans folks go through in America, especially in the South and just like Republican-led states. But it's just like this dehumanization, like they are not people, therefore it is okay for us to treat them this way. Is like it's the same playbook. It's just playing in a different area.
To me, it's racist as hell. Like it just gives racism, and that's just what it just reminds me of how Black people aren't really seen as humans, weren't seen as humans, right? Since they got here and aren't treated as people, and same thing, and how like it's just for people what they look like and what they believe. And that to me is why they're being attacked, because they don't believe the same thing. They don't look the same way. That's why they were sent off into the area and given nothing, essentially. And now they found a way to try to literally obliterate them. I don't like it. And it's very racist. I don't care. I don't understand how America can say they don't stand for racism. They're not a racist country. They're all this stuff, yada, yada. I'm talking about the Biden administration in particular. And then stand right beside Israel.
There is one world leader that is speaking up.
Right.
Oh, I saw this. Yeah.
Lula.
Não se trata de ficar discutindo quem está certo, quem está errado, quem deu o primeiro tiro, quem deu o segundo. O problema é o seguinte aqui, não é uma guerra, é um genocídio que já matou quase 2.000 crianças que não tem nada a ver com essa guerra, que são vítimas
You should read the
dessa
subtitles
guerra.
because some people are just listening.
Well, I mean, the gist of it is he's calling it a genocide. That's like there's no need to really read the whole thing, but
yeah, he said the word genocide, which is huge.
Eu não sei como é que ser humano é capaz de guerrear sabendo que o resultado dessa guerra é a morte de criança inocente.
Yeah, he doesn't understand how war can be waged and it'll be the death of innocent children, and he's calling it genocide.
They don't care about kids. If they're anything like America, and if they're like allies, best friends with America, we see how America don't care when kids are murdered here, and I can't imagine how they would feel like the Israeli people would feel over there. Like they don't care. They have one job that they're trying to do, and that's to clear out the Palestinian people.
It's so sad too, because every single time we have one of these, like, oh, the government's about to shut down, we need to figure out the budget. Like, I was literally in DC the first time it happened because I was lobbying against a bunch of cuts that they were trying to do to veterans, to, single family homes and all these different things, like all these different welfare programs. And it's like, this is about to come up in, I believe they said 45 days. So it's about to come up again. And I'm not really sure about the new House Speaker. He looks a little crazy. So, we're going to have, he is crazy, right? Any politician from Louisiana is just, anyways, we can get to that later.
Any Republican.
Right. But crazy. Louisiana is different though, I'm telling
Louisiana,
you.
yeah.
But, it's like, I know that this budget conversation is going to come up again. And I just know that there's going to be people that have to fight again just for basic funding for our veterans, for like children, for healthcare. I mean, healthcare got cut with so many people this year. Like so many people lost their healthcare, and it's just like, but we're not even batting an eye when it comes to $100 billion to Ukraine and Israel. Like there has to be a point where the American people just kind of look at this and go like,
and the border wall. Don't forget the border wall.
The border wall, right? How could I forget? How could I forget? But yeah, I mean, there's
hell yeah.
It's so sad though. It's so sad because Israel has so much money and they have been doing this propaganda machine, calling anyone that speaks out against them anti-Semitic, like the canary mission, all these different things, and you're still flopping. you are still flopping in the public opinion. Like, if you have that much backing and you're still flopping in public opinion, like, that should tell you how you're really on the wrong side of history here. If you have that much money and that many allies and you're still flopping in the public sphere, you know what I mean? It's sad. It's truly sad, and it's pathetic to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, every day we ain't got no money. America ain't got no money. We're about to go through a government shutdown every other day. Can't find money, can't find a dollar, can't allocate it to where it's supposed to go. None of that. But yet something like this, you guys find money magically to go give, to contribute towards killing people, innocent people, by the way. But yet, then you send out messages for us to go. Y'all are funding genocide and then are sending out messages for us to pay our student loans. Go to hell, Biden administration. Everybody,
I know.
Ass. Okay.
Yeah. Back to your point, Rebecca, about the racism issue. To recommend Elie Mystal's article again, because it was so good. He kind of ties it, because currently there's a lot of evidence, anecdotal evidence, but it's evidence that Biden is fucking up very badly in Michigan in particular, where there's a very big Arab American community. And Elie Mystal mentions that and kind of ties this to a broader issue about how this is going to trickle down to Black voters of color, because to turn your eye against, marginalized people who are suffering, to support colonization, they're going to remember that. And it's not just like voters of color, it's young people. And so with that in mind, when you extend this to like all of the Democrats and you look at that ceasefire resolution that Cori Bush had introduced, so I think it was Waleed Shahid who posted what was it, like 16 people who support that right now. It's all people of color. There's not a single white person. So like Democrats don't realize how bad that looks.
I noticed that looking at the image. I was like,
it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, it really stands out.
Brown people dying, and the Democrats who claim to care about marginalized people are proving again that, like, well, you know what, the utility of people of color, of Black voters, it's not an election year, so they can fuck off. Like, that's how it feels. And that's what Elie Mystal was communicating. And it's like, look, we suck it up a lot. And like voters of color, they vote for the lesser of two evil, but not every time. Not everyone will. And he won by such slim margins that even just losing a little bit is going to hurt him. And then to go back to your point also, Rebecca, you made a lot of the same points that Elie Mystal made, which are really fantastic. It's like, when you look at this aid, if there's more aid to Israel and even more aid to Ukraine as well, but yet people living in Chicago, for example, they can't afford to pay rent. They're struggling to feed their family. The child tax credit expired. Like, they're going to begin to ask, what about my aid? You know what I mean? And like, I don't think he understands the irreparable harm that he's doing right now, as well as all Democrats too.
Well, yeah, not to mention, why is Biden trying to conflate the two in completely opposite directions? Like, in one case, he's like, we have to stop the illegal, and I agree with this statement, the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russians. And at the same time, we have to destroy these terrible terrorists. Both are in America's interests. I was like, that's when, you just said the upside down. That's when I'm like, how are you trying to sell this with a straight face, right? Completely, diametrically opposed conflicts and be like, we're supporting this side and this one, and this side and this one.
Yeah, two different power dynamics.
Yeah.
And I'm just showing a link here. His approval is down 11% in the last month. Now, it's always hard to pinpoint exactly the reason for something like this, but you have to imagine. It's got to, this conflict.
This conflict has to play a part in how Biden's approval has dipped most recently, for sure.
100%.
He has not handled this at all in a way that I would believe that's presidential. I could never, if I were, looking to vote for Joe Biden, this would have been it for me. This would have been it for me. And he's done a lot of things that I should have crossed his behind out in his administration, but this would have been it for me. The way that he has stood beside and allowed and has said words, but has not condemned Israel, and hasn't stood up for Palestine. Kind of in the way that most recently I heard him and just say, we don't really know how many people that were Palestinians that were killed. I said, no, he didn't. Not not the president of the United States. Like, for him to say that, I'm like, you know what? He does not want to be president again. He just must not want to, because there's no way. There's no way.
Just towing the typical U.S. line. Like, this is all part and parcel for what the United States, official policy is in this regard. Yeah.
It's interesting because I think Mike, you brought this up when we had the Ajax coup in Iran in the 1950s, and then the actual revolution in 1979, you had this like huge influx of Palestinians that were kicked out and forced to refuge in other countries. America and just Western forces have destabilized the Middle East for so long. We're talking about Syria, Yemen, Libya, so many different countries, even Iran, Palestine, etc. I don't think they realized that now people like myself, like someone who's a product of, my father couldn't stay in Iran after the revolution. And so I am a product of Western interference in my country of origin. And so people like myself, they did not think that, the millions of people that they expelled and they destabilized and had to refuge in America. Now we are allowed. Now I have a TikTok account. Most of us are in the streets protesting. They didn't calculate that. A lot of us went to Michigan, right? My dad first went to Michigan when he first came to America. There's a huge Middle Eastern diaspora community there, and they just didn't really think about it. And another issue and I actually wrote an op-ed for Newsweek last year about this. Democrats do not speak to Middle Eastern people, and this has been an issue. They don't speak to Middle Eastern people. They do not try to court us. They don't hear us at all. We have been begging to be added to the US Census. I'm considered white according to the US Census. Therefore, I don't get any special scholarships. When I apply to a college, I have to put white, or else it's technically wrong if I don't put white, right? So it's been a trend where just America, not just America, but other countries as well, have ignored us, right? And I think this tide is starting to shift, because I would be very surprised if Michigan votes Democrat again. I'm going to be honest. I would be very surprised. And I just don't think they really calculated any of that either when they were destabilizing the Middle East.
Well, it's really hard to say that you're opposing fascism and destroying, Donald Trump, and then being like, but we're also going to partner with what has been called the Donald Trump, of Israel. And that's that's going to be a tough sell.
The issue really is turnout. Like, I'm not all that fearful that these people will, start voting for Trump or anything, but it's more that they're just not going to turn out. They're just
that's my
trying to see what's the point? What's the point of doing this if you're going to be backing shit like this? Like, it really shows a real divide and just a lack of willingness to acknowledge the obvious. And I think a lot of them are also just miscalculating how big of an issue this is, how clear it is to a lot of people.
Upsetting.
And there was a member of the Ontario NDP this week who was kicked out of the party because this is somebody who is a Black disabled woman, was an activist for homelessness, disability rights, before she became a politician, kicked out of the party because she spoke up about Israeli apartheid. And then since she was kicked out, now leadership there's this massive backlash. 2 different writing associations have called for the leader to resign over kicking her out of the party. They're now trying to play catch up. Like, 2 of their top members have now openly discussed, the atrocities that are being committed in Gaza. A lot of them still not saying that Israel's doing it, but they're just mentioning, oh, people are dying in Gaza, not saying who's doing it. But they're trying to almost kind of save face here, and because they're now realizing how serious of an issue this is and how wrong they were to kick out this woman who was the trailblazer in speaking out about this issue, and now the rest of them are hiding behind her.
She was reiterating a lot of the talking points from Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. Like, it was not extreme.
She quoted the UN in her.
Yes,
she quoted the UN in her statement, and that statement was what led to her being censured by the conservatives who hold parliament. So
what's her name?
Sarah Jama.
Sarah Jama. I covered it this week, but
okay.
She's also Muslim, by the way. So
yes,
it was like you're silencing. Yeah, sorry.
She has family in Gaza as well, I believe. But so it's the whole, it's just so, it's so incredibly, like, I had to take a nap today. Like, I was gonna do a video. I was gonna cover something. I'm just like, I was on like social media all morning. Like, I can't. Like, there was too much. I was collecting tabs of things that I want to talk about, but it was just like, it was overwhelming, and I just had to take the day off because it was just this issue in particular, because it is so clear, yet people have lost their fucking minds, and it was different when it came to, like, you know, the Russia invasion. It's clear Russia's the aggressor. They're taking over Ukraine. Like, and people in power were acknowledging this. And yes, there are people who, you know, go a little too far in the other direction, but they're not the majority voice. I'm not worried about that. This worries me because people in power are not acknowledging the reality. That is what is so frustrating about this. Whether it's, you know, presidents, whether it's politicians, whether it's the media at large, that's not being recognized, which is why it is so, for me, it's so debilitating. Like, it makes me just want to curl up in a ball and go to bed. Like, it's just, it's too much. It's too much. It's overwhelming.
It's just so much in the world, like, and for us to process, like, even here, our own issues here with the mass murder yesterday. I hate to say it, and I say this all the time with each mass murder. We've become so desensitized that the way that we would usually cover a mass murder, we don't anymore. Yesterday, you know, dozens of people died, and our issue is gun control. Nobody wants to discuss that. They don't want to have the conversation. It's not that deep anymore. And yesterday I was just like, I am tired, because you don't know where you can go anymore. There's a war that's happening, and we're witnessing this because of social media. We're watching people die every single day, and the country that we live in is standing beside the enemy. You know, and then we have, because of no gun control, because we've seen kids die, be murdered. We've heard the sounds of kids being murdered time and time again. People being murdered just from being Black, or just going out, or people are just upset or whatever, because they can get their hands on guns. Mentally unstable people just able to get their hand on guns and just go out and murder people. And there are things that we can do to stop this, and we just are living in the world, and specifically in a country that's willing to do nothing to stop it. So yesterday I was like, damn, I just need a day. I need a day. It's really tiring. It's sad. It's depressing.
Yeah. Doesn't help that there's so much toxicity online too. Especially regarding this issue. Like, I made some tweets today, just in general, you know, solidarity to like Rashida Tlaib tweets and stuff like that, and like calling Marjorie Taylor Greene like an ape. Not exactly, not literally, but like, just, you know, shit talking. And like the responses, the responses are fucking insane, where it's like, you want to kill babies, and and one of the most insane things that I've seen repeatedly this week, and I have banned each and every single one of these people who have come into my comment section and said this, is they basically said that and it's mostly conservatives, but some liberals too, that I am a bad gay because I'm supporting the enemy in supporting Palestinian people because they don't support gay rights. And I think that's
true.
Juniper had the best response ever, because Tommy Loren like shared all the LGBTQ holidays, and she's like, how many people in Palestine do you think celebrate these? You should ask Queers for Palestine. And Juniper was like, well, you know, you probably don't celebrate any of them, but I don't want your house to be bombed and your family to be killed, right?
Don't like you, mean it, but nobody wants you to die.
Yeah. It's like, it's such a reductionist thing to say as well, because like half of Gaza is kids, and I promise you they're not necessarily thinking about these types of social issues. A lot of post-materialist issues aren't being thought of when you're just like trying to find cover to like survive, right? When you're trying to eat. So it's
an
it's
opposition
very
to
bizarre.
apartheid isn't dependent on how progressive you think another society is. Like, you know, that shouldn't be like, why? That's not a gotcha. I said, like, you know, Matt Binder had a great back and forth with Tim Pool over this, and they were fighting online. But it's like he was doing this thing where he's like, I'm going to give $100,000 to send Queers for Palestine to Gaza, lol. Like, it's fucking hilarious, and you know, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, none of that shit should have anything to do with you being like, I'm against occupation.
Yeah, it's offensive because it's like you're weaponizing my identity against me, bitch. I'm the one who gets to weaponize my identity if I'm going to weaponize that shit at all. Fuck off. You know, it's so insulting. It's like if I see a news story and it's like, okay, 16 people were killed. My thought isn't, I wonder if they were gay or they supported gay people. If the answer is no, they deserved it. If the answer is yes, then they did. Like, who thinks like that? That's so bizarre.
The thing is, they think like that, which is why they're projecting.
Exactly. They don't even like
which is
gay
insane.
people. They don't like LGBT.
Right.
We just went through a whole fight when kids were murdered. They said that the kids were murdered. Why? Because of y'all. LGBT. They blamed you, but now they're telling you, hey, look, why would you support?
Shouldn't this bother you?
Like they don't like. No, you don't like me.
It's so
you don't
exactly.
like me. You blame everything on LGBTQIA plus.
Yeah. It's like you want me to die. You're projecting your desire for me to die onto them. And like one thing that I know is going to blow people's minds, but LGBTQ plus people actually exist everywhere in the world, including the Middle East. And all the okay, I am like one of the first people, if not the first person, to have published work on LGBTQ social movement organizations in the Middle East, particularly North Africa. So it's like these movements literally exist. And there are people who are fighting. Like, and let's just for a second assume that every single there's a genocide going on, and all of them they think that gay people are terrible. 100% of them confirmed they hate gay people. I don't think they should be bombed into oblivion because of that. I don't think that their family should be massacred. Because,
should be,
yeah, I mean, part of being in a marginalized
unless they're elderly,
community,
then you want it.
If they're old, then we'll talk about it. Okay.
That's a callback to a joke about
they like to smear me, Ariana, as an elder abuser, which is not true. Because I joke I joke about wanting or laughing at the thought of Mitch McConnell dying. It's
we
a
don't
whole
have
thing.
to retread.
I mean, we're talking about geriatric patients in Congress. I think I'll give Mike a pass here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would just like to say that Israel was forcing gay Palestinians to become informants. They were blackmailing them to become informants for the Israeli government. So anyone that brings up like, oh, Israel is a beacon of LGBTQ plus, rights, they don't allow gay marriage. It's not legalized. They also blackmailed gay Palestinians to work for their intelligence programs and quite literally threatened their life. So I mean, like, whenever anyone says like Israel is the beacon of like, LGBTQ plus rights, it's actually really false. It's not true.
Yeah, it's kind of I find it offensive. It's like, oh, that's the beacon where you have to go elsewhere to get married and then come back for them to recognize it. I find that actually doesn't seem like a beacon to me.
It's not.
But they'll tell you that it is, and they want you to believe that because they said it, and that's what they believe. So because they believe it, you have to believe it. And then it's like they don't even like you. If this didn't even happen, they would go back to blaming LGBTQIA plus, any minority communities for whatever the issue of the day is. They're going to say it's that problem.
No, let's talk about the minority and how the minority communities and how they treat Ethiopian Jews, because we can go there. There's a lot of documentation about how they have tried to expel them from the country, how they have tried to sterilize them without them knowing, how they have given them birth control without them even having any knowledge that they are being injected birth control. So, Israel itself is a very problematic state and a very racist state. They're ranked as one of the most racist countries in the world. So, this is just all IDF sprung propaganda. It really is, because when you look into it, it's still you think that a country that is, first of all, I'm not convinced that that's your country if you literally need to constantly genocide people for it, but that's beyond the point. You're trying to convince me that a country that you're putting people in a little small corner, putting them in like the biggest open air prison in the world, you're not letting them leave, you're not letting them come in. You're trying to convince me that they're the beacon of LGBTQ plus rights, that they treat any minority or marginalized group properly. You're out of your damn mind, because if they treat Palestinians that way, I'm not convinced they would treat anyone that they don't find as worthy of their treatment the same. Like I'm just not convinced, and I feel like a lot of this propaganda tries to, say that they're, a democracy in the Middle East. And also I just want to say this. last point, it's very insulting because Iran was a democracy, but America messed that up. A lot of these countries were a democracy.
Western
business. America started fumbling and meddling into our business, and then they fucked us up respectfully. So it's just so it's so demeaning on so many different levels, because it also implies that like Middle Eastern people like myself who are from Iran, like we don't come from a democracy. Like we were a democracy. You guys messed it up. You know what I mean? So I just want to.
And they want to act like they're coming in to help and assist. I know because I'm a product of Haitian immigrants, and we know how when the U.S. got involved with Haiti, a lot of things like that. But I don't like to see how America will like try to. What I'm seeing right now is just, and it so sucks that we're here in America. America's supposed to stand for all of these things. And people are telling us how patriotic we have to be. We got to do what America says. Stand right beside America as they stand by people who have blood on their hands. Okay. I know from how, a lot of how their inner works with Haitians have been. So I know what they've done there. And I know what a lot of politicians that people are telling me to love, right, have done there. And I'm like, nah, I can't. This is like, it's not. So I know what America is capable of. It's really sad that we have to sit here and watch all of that. But I like that people here, we can talk and we can rebel against that, because we know that we don't believe that. And we don't have to believe it just because they're forcing us to, just because politicians are telling us it's right. We know, Ariana, because you come from Iran. You know the history. You know what your parents went through. You know that historically. Same thing for me. No matter what they say, I'm not going to believe it because I know exactly what's actually happening. So no. Forget them politicians. F them politicians and everybody that tries to get us to stick to what they believe. And that's the problem now in Israel. They mad because people don't believe in what they believe in. Okay. So they want to commit genocide. That's just that. And especially because the Americans, the American Christians, they believe that, Israel, they want to see it as this is what God wants. I do not believe that this is what God wants. I consider myself a Christian. I like to go to the club. I like to drink. I like to do all of that. So whatever it may look like for other people, but I don't think that's very Christian for what's happening over there. I don't think Jesus would have wanted that.
And listening to what Mike was saying about Marjorie Taylor Greene, trying to, say that Rashida Tlaib is an anti-Semite. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene is an anti-Semite. She's just an extreme racist. She had to go to a Holocaust museum to learn that it was bad. The space lasers conspiracy, all that shit. Like you are the racist. Like God damn, you shouldn't be like getting on a podium being like, these disgusting comments, by Rashida, they are anti-Semitic and all this kind of stuff. Like holy shit.
Of
That's
course,
why she does it
try
though,
to do
to
that.
deflect.
They can't wait for the moment for the person that they've been racist against this whole time. They have tried to quiet her, and all of that, right? And she's one of their peers. All of a sudden, now they want to start anti-Semitic. They want to start, but it's like y'all been racist this whole damn time. And you wait for a moment where you can try to utilize that and have people look at her like she's wrong. And of course, people are going to look at her beliefs, what she looks like, and they're going to say like she wants terrorism. She's for like she's not for the right thing. How could she, as a leader in America? We must, remove her. They go real extreme about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene sat there and said a lot of controversial things about them kids that was murdered at that school. And they still let her be. She did a lot of crazy stuff against LGBTQIA people in office. And she's still seated.
What's sad is that her district is so safe too. I would be very surprised if someone's able to flip it. Lauren Boebert, the man running again, he has the personality of a fucking cardboard box, but I do think there's hope there. Marjorie Taylor Greene is safe.
Beetlejuice.
She's not going anywhere unless someone can kick her out.
I wouldn't be shocked.
It's the height of irony that she, like, if I'm recalling her tweet correctly, so she is calling Rashida Tlaib an anti-Semite because she led the Hamas-surrection by speaking at the Jews for Peace rally for the ceasefire. Like, it's so incredibly ironic. And then I think that Jordan Uhl made the really good point. He shared like the video of Max Miller saying we're going to turn Gaza into a parking lot, saying zero repercussions for Max Miller for saying that, like saying we're going to turn it into a parking lot, but Rashida Tlaib is getting censured, or they're going to vote to censure her. And here's what I want to put out into the world: how many Democrats are going to vote for that? There's going to be a lot, probably. I hope I'm wrong, but it doesn't look good.
No, she doesn't have much support. Like I wish that she had more support from her peers. And a lot of Democrats are going to look at this as because, like she's against because she's speaking out. How can somebody who is so close to the people there and what they believe in know what if you expect them to be saddened with Israel? Like, let's be real here. Man, it's just, I hate it. Y'all, I really don't like it. It makes me upset because we have the worst people who are seated, who people are like, and we're going to see Democrats. We're going to start seeing people really lean in and we're going to show their true colors, right? In this specific moment. We see it now. It's the quiet part being really loud, the quiet people to me that are really loud right now.
Yeah. 100%.
But it's so frustrating too that you're seeing all these accusations of Greta Thunberg was anti-Semitic because she had an octopus plushie or stuff like that,
right.
and again the posturing for someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's like overwhelmingly long documented history of doing that shit, from saying the California laser story, she tried to get away with that, saying I never said that it was Jewish space lasers, that's completely fake news. She said the Rothschilds and said that multiple times, like other organizations that are associated with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. After that, she's also the person who was talking about Hitler statues and being like, well, I mean, they will teach us our history. What's so wrong with the idea of a Hitler statue being present around Lake Town and stuff like that? Not to mention, I had to go to a Holocaust museum to learn the Holocaust was bad. Like this is someone who spews anti-Semitism, right? Like the Nick Fuentes, they're not subtle about it. It's not coded. There's not little like toys in the background that secretly mean things.
Yeah, she goes on Steve Bannon's show all the time, who is explicitly anti-Semitic. He didn't want his kids to go to school with Jewish kids.
That's
it's wild. Like these people, they just have no shame.
They don't forget. They just like to in front of our face. They are literally playing in our face, and people are accepting it. That is where the problem is for me. Like they're not doing anything nothing is smart about any of the moves that they're making. They're just doing it out loud, and we're just going with it. And that's where I'm like, I want more of our leaders to say more, like to condemn those people and to name it a Hamas erection, whatever the case may be. And y'all, she was literally one of the leaders of the insurrection, right? Of the domestic
instigators.
Attack.
She was definitely one of the definitely one of the people who used her platform to talk about it a lot.
She led pages though. On Facebook, there were pages where they were talking about doing this. So she led them. And Facebook and all them things allowed it. So I feel like, because of that, she has the blood on her hands. These people are domestic terrorists. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So they have no room to really talk.
I think another thing that really upset me was Hollywood too. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. You speak. I speak too much.
Did you guys see? No, but did you guys see that letter, the open letter for Israel that just came out?
Oh my God!
2 days ago.
Who signed that letter? It was like
a lot.
Amy Schumer and like they were talking about.
Oh my goodness!
It was
Lana Del Rey.
It was like Hamas release the hostages. Is that what it was about? Like
people love. So much.
It's like this is the thing I don't get with these celebrities. Who was this? Michael Rappaport last week. There's a video of him that he replied to me with, saying the same thing. It's like Hamas release the hostages. Is Hamas checking out, I don't know, Amy Schumer and Michael Rappaport? Like, why? What are these celebrities? What are they doing? This is all for their own image. That's all.
Who are they talking
That's
to?
the only reason any of them would have a letter like this. Like, it's so ridiculous.
I'm telling you, power, right?
Sorry, I cut in. Go.
No, go ahead, Ariana.
Really quick, I would just like to point out that Amy Schumer, Chuck Schumer, is her first cousin. I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah. So.
God, celebrities are so fucking stupid. I was laughing at that letter when I saw it. It's like, oh my God, why hasn't Biden released the hostages yet? Has he seen? Has Hamas seen that Amy Schumer said to release the hostages? I mean,
who else signed it? Because I don't just want to like single out Amy Schumer. It was like a bunch of these clowns.
Yeah.
Wait, let me pull it up. I'll pull it up right now.
Yeah, it reminds me of the COVID song. Remember when they were singing to us?
Yes,
at the
that's
beginning of
what I
COVID?
thought about too. Yeah, I thought about that too.
Like the public just needs to hear from us. It will work out.
Oh, Jesus, that was crazy.
This is like
Don't bring back my second embarrassment about that. That was crazy.
That honestly, that was like the first video. That was a different type of cringe that made me want to jump out of my skin. And
I
like
couldn't finish it.
it was so bad.
I don't like the second hand. I was embarrassed for all of them. Like, take it down, delete it, remove it.
I saw like 3 seconds. Like that's enough. I can't.
It was so
too much.
patronizing. So
I can't do embarrassing
insufferable.
stuff. I have a hard time even watching
Neither.
like those hidden camera shows. I can't watch that. Like when they catch
Problem
someone
too,
doing
David.
something.
I really no. I'll be watching a movie, and if it's about to be cringy, I have to stop it and gather myself, and then get back to it because it makes me crazy.
Mentally prepare.
Mm-hmm.
Movies I can do, but like real world like pranks or people like just really embarrassing themselves, I can't do it because like this person actually is really embarrassing.
No, even in movies, for me, I know the person is about to embarrass. I know this is fake, but I'm just like, I gotta stop this because that is embarrassing, and I'm just feeling it from my soul.
As long as I tell myself, oh, they're just acting. It's not really. It's not real.
It doesn't. That don't work for me.
You have to talk to yourself through it.
It's like a horror movie. It's like watching a horror movie. It's like this is not real.
Like I need to comfort myself through this cringe.
I just can't. I can't do cringe. It's too.
I do that to I'll convince myself of things. Like there's this guy on TikTok that is in my algorithm because I've watched enough for it to start recommending. But he will film himself going up to old dudes and he's just like, hey, and I'll try to scan them at the store. How much are you? I want to take you home with me, and I'll just hit on them. And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, okay. And I'm telling myself, this is a straight dude who's just memeing.
Oh, he's straight.
Well, no, that's what I'm telling myself because I know a gay guy would never have so little self-awareness that he does this. It's so cringeworthy. Like he tries to make it wholesome. Like, hey, you're really handsome. Like just hits on old dudes, but it's so cringeworthy. And I'm like, oh my god, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill myself in Minecraft. If
I'm
he
not
keeps
gonna
talking.
lie. I was recording because somebody wanted me to record like a get ready with me or like how your day was type of thing. I'm like, let me try to do one of them things. Child, I put my camera up by the bed and I try to jump out the bed. I was embarrassed for myself. I was embarrassed for myself. I said, girl, and I just didn't do it. I just was like, I can't. Just you setting the camera up, and then you have to run back in bed and just act like you're waking up. It's just like, why am I doing it?
Yeah, it's so embarrassing.
Do it online, but I'm embarrassed. I get so embarrassed about it.
Here's the letter. No hostage. There's a lot more names than I realized there
you
was.
gotta scroll up to that. They said release the hostage, and they just named a bunch of countries. Also,
The letter itself is ridiculous.
What?
Yeah, it's
we
insane.
represent everybody here.
Wait, this is level 99. Both sidesism.
And let's be clear.
hostages.
Yes, of course we want to. Yes, of course we want all the hostages released. It's the fact that celebrities are like writing this as if it fucking matters that we have John Hamm.
Thanks, Orlando Bloom. You did it.
Lana Del Rey is on that list too.
Yeah, Lana Del Rey is on that. Disappointing.
Whoever is on this list, we need to like blacklist them and
Will
cancel
Ferrell.
them. Oh, he was
it's a pretty safe thing to sign.
Let me minimize it. Who was black on this list? Because
there's some. There's some.
I need to know.
I just can't. I love how I'm trying to think of the logic where it's like, well, what if people start to think that we don't care about all the other hostages in the countries right now? We should just put all the countries where there's hostages possibly.
Larry David's daughter, for some reason, is on here. Why?
Oh my god. Jason
Jerry Seinfeld is on
Jerry Seinfeld.
I'm not shocked.
I honestly hate Jerry Seinfeld. I just have to throw that in.
I didn't ever think he was funny. Like,
yeah, he's
like Seinfeld is a hilariously written show. I'm not.
Hold
He's
on,
not really the reason.
Katy Perry's on the list, guys. That changes the game, doesn't it? Katy Perry's right there on the list.
So is Madonna. Madonna's on that list too.
Is she really?
Nice.
Gwyneth Paltrow, of course.
So I got Chris Rock to talk about this.
Wait, who's this letter to again? Who is it? Who do they?
This is to Biden, urging him to release the hostages.
Also, it says
See,
nothing about what Palestine is going through, just to be clear. It literally just says, we need you to get our hostages back. That's it.
This dovetails to something else that came up earlier when I was on the majority board today. And that's like, you see all these people saying like, oh, why aren't these pro-Palestinian protests? Why isn't anyone doing anything about the hostages? Or why aren't there any protests to condemn Hamas? And I pointed out that what do they expect? And this is the perfect example of how pointless this sort of thing is. What do you expect activists in the US to do to force any hand, to have any power at all in this situation? They don't. The power they have is to pressure their government to not support the bombings in Gaza. We have no protester has any power. They're gonna march in the streets protesting for the hostages be released, and Hamas is gonna see the videos of the protests and go, "Oh, Americans want us to. Oh, why didn't we do this?"
Amy Schumer. Oh, gotta do it now.
you know what they are doing in Israel though, because they have the power to do this. The families of the hostages are protesting the Israeli government for not focusing on getting the hostages released, because the Israeli government in this scenario, to the people in Israel, the Israeli citizens, they're the ones who have the power to get the hostages released. Because if they actually care, if the number one focus right now was to release those hostages, and that's my focus, I want every single one of those hostages taken by Hamas to be released alive and well, and to be released to their families. If that was the focus, though, they wouldn't be bombing the very places where these hostages currently are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, these celebrities, their letter is fucking pointless. It does absolutely nothing. They should be calling out the Israeli government for not focusing on getting the hostages released. But they wouldn't do that. Because that's uncouth. You can't.
Can you pull up the letter again? I just gotta go to the third paragraph, because you think that this is ineffective, Matt. So if you go up, I mean, this is very strong stuff here. Okay, so it says the one down from that. So we all want the same thing: freedom for Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace, freedom from the brutal violence spread by Hamas, and most urgently in this moment, freedom for the hostages. That moment right there stood out to me. To live side by side in peace. Like, it reminds you of like when you're like in 5th grade and you're doing, a talent show or some shit, and they're like, what is your aspiration? I want to bring world peace. Like, it's so naive and like juvenile.
So what are they saying here? No, like,
also look at the paragraph before that. Thank you for your unshakable moral conviction, leadership, and support for the Jewish people. This is the Biden, who have been terrorized by Hamas since the group's founding over 35 years ago, and for the Palestinians, who've also been terrorized, oppressed, and victimized by who? By Hamas for the last 17 years. The group isn't governing Gaza by just Hamas.
Oh my!
Half the
Wait,
population
no calling out of what the IDF has been doing to Israel. No calling out for the continuing extension of the settlements that force Palestinian families out of their homes. No mention,
which also includes the West Bank, by the way.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's been more deaths in the West Bank in the past 2 weeks than there's been in like a decade or something like that.
Yes.
There's no Hamas there's no Hamas fighters in the West Bank. This is settlers using what happened as a tool, as an excuse to attack innocent people in the West Bank and steal their homes. There was a story I was just reading about a father and a son who were going to a funeral in the West Bank I think like a week ago, and settlers shot them dead. And the family came out and said in a news interview with, I think it was The Independent in the UK, that they were worried about those two members of the family because they were specifically targeted because those settlers had a problem with them because the father, the 60-year-old Palestinian man who they targeted and killed, he had previously had clashed with them because they were trying to steal his land.
Unreal.
Like,
yeah,
what the fuck is going on here? Like, you gotta be kidding me that we have like this bullshit from like, that's the thing. Like, they want us to they want protesters to march in the streets protesting Hamas for what? This virtue signaling, what is that gonna do? Nothing. Nothing. What does that mean? Nothing. Nothing. The only thing people in the US have the power to do is pressure their government to not allow Israel to bombard Gaza with bombs. They have no power other than that. And that's what these protesters are using. That's all they got. That's all they got.
What do these celebrities think? Like, because somebody in the chat is giving me some of these black names, like Jordan Peele, Octavia Spencer, Tyler Perry.
No, not Jordan Peele.
That's what they said. Now I cannot verify because I did not go.
The way you
Jordan
said
Peele's
that,
on
Mike,
it.
was-
Jordan Peele's
Now,
on it. Was hilarious.
now, well, what I'm saying
No!
is, what do they
He's
think?
expressing what I just felt in my heart, though. I love Jordan Peele.
What I think is really done, though, it's almost like these
It's
celebrities.
virtue
like,
signaling. It's
Yeah.
like it's
like when Diddy.
they feel like they can't do anything, and they're one of their friends, celebrity friends, like, hey, you should sign this, and they like, oh, that's a kind message. Sure, I'll sign this.
Yeah.
That's the extent of their
But
thinking.
it's not gonna
An
do
office
anything.
birthday card.
I know
Yeah,
that with a
basically,
lot of
yes.
these people who were running for politics maybe years ago. I remember we saw a lot of these celebrities like campaigning with them and sponsoring them, all these kind of things, and nothing happened for them. I remember overnight, I forgot who it was. His name was Beto, whatever, out of Texas, and Beyonce done put on a hat for him, and he still didn't win. These are things that people need to understand. Diddy was saying, I didn't like how Diddy was doing this. He was saying to hold your vote, or this kind of like, he's just like, please don't. We don't like I don't. First you told us vote or die, then you spin the block and told us to hold the
I
vote.
remember vote
What
or
are we
die.
doing? I don't know what we're doing. It's
So funny that you brought up Vote or Die, because like I was very young at that time, and I think this was after season 2 of Making the Band, and I was mad that he didn't let them have a second album, the band, the second group. So I'm like, fuck Diddy. That was my logic.
That's what made you say fuck Diddy?
I think at the time I was like 17, but I remember that in 2004. It could be a different Making the Band, but I remember like explicitly like, I'm not going to listen to what he says. I couldn't vote, but I was too young.
You talking about the band or Day 26?
The band. I love Day 26, but the band was season 2. Yeah. And they didn't have a second season. Choppa had some, appearances here and there on the Hustle and Flow soundtrack, but you know what I mean. Anyways, yeah, that's why I was young. Me was very much against Diddy right there, but yeah.
Pull this tweet up as as Rebecca was pointing out the.
I'm such a millennial boomer.
Pull this tweet up. I put it in the private chat as Rebecca was pointing out which black celebrities were on that list. I'm seeing a lot of this actually, and it is from white people.
And
this is so astounding to me. So astounding. And they don't even realize how fucking racist they're being.
Wait,
this
what?
is a very, very large figure in the anti-Trump resistance world. Bradley Moss. It's this. He posts a video of a pro-Palestine.
Can you click on his
rally.
profile picture real quick?
Mike, stop.
Oh no! Oh,
go to this. Go back to this tweet though, so I can read this.
Mike, you are foul.
It's disheartening. It's disheartening to see. It's disheartening to see so many African Americans in this crowd. When you research the history of the civil rights movement, you find Jewish activists and lawyers standing with those who fought segregation and Jim Crow laws. How fucking racist is this garbage?
Unbelievable.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize there were strings attached to your report for your support for basic civil rights. I didn't realize that you were doing this in return for something in the future. I didn't realize there were strings attached here. Unbelievable.
Yeah, black people have to stick to, because you guys, we stood with people for. Listen, we're still gonna be standing on the right side because we understand what's happening in Palestine. You know what it's like to be singled out and to try to be put somewhere and to be treated like something because of what you look like, believe, or whatever the case may be. And so, no, like people will, you see how they try to do that? We got to be tied to somebody because what you did for us. If what you did for us was good, why you got to throw it back in our face? Like, what are we doing here? If you know about what Jim Crow was, why are you not standing with Palestine yourself?
It's like, oh, if we give black people civil rights, then they'll owe us a favor later. We're gonna cash in on? Like, what the fuck? And the reason why I wanted to zoom in on this picture was not to point out that he was a dweeb, But I just scrolled, I saw that, and I just assumed it was a black person that put that, because a white liberal, like, motherfucker, you have the audacity, goddamn. Oh my god. I just
He got torn apart in the comments too, which is good to see. Like a lot of the replies are like, "You idiot, you racist."
Yeah, but he's already playing the victim though, tweeting, "Oh man, my block button certainly getting a workout tonight."
Oh my god.
They refuse to admit this really is the issue that I mean, there's a whole term for it, progressive accept Palestine. This is the issue that people they do not care about Palestinian people. They don't view them as human beings. It is that simple. I've never seen anything like this. It is beyond anything else I've seen. It is so disgusting. It makes me so angry. It makes me like I don't have words. Like I get so upset over this.
It just yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Matt. I know you so mad, and I feel it. I feel it in your soul. I can feel the tension. And when you say you've never seen anything like this, for me, I'm like, dang, it pisses me off because we're still like another country is dealing with this with the country that they ousted, people that they ousted because of what they look like. And to know, for me, when I see this, that's why I get so hyped. I get so upset because I know how America treated Black people here, like we were inhumane. We're not people. Till this day, remnants of that still is in everything American. So to see Israel and to act like they're the ones that are the victims here, right? And they are provided everything they need to literally clear out these people for no reason. There's no real reason. There's nothing bad about these people. There's a group of people within the people who have done something bad. It is not the people themselves, just like anywhere else. And here they are trying to make excuses and trying to make us believe something that isn't there. But we know how Americans move. Of course, they're going to stick right beside Israel. They've done exactly the same thing themselves here.
Not that this is related, but did you guys see Mayor Eric Adams comparing Emmett Till's death to what's going on in Israel?
No.
I saw that. I didn't see his whole
Wait, what?
His whole explanation. But
oh my god,
I did hear about this.
Okay, let me find it. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh my god.
This is why, like, I'm having a hard time getting out of my own head and thinking that, oh, they're just ignorant of what's actually going on.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I guess there are people that really just don't give a fuck about Palestinians, and like they really do not care. And I have a very hard time even grasping, like even understanding that, because to me it doesn't like once you learn about the situation, how do you not put yourself in the shoes of someone living in Gaza and being occupied for that long, and the blockade and the lack of food, water, medicine, how do you not empathize? So
could you imagine if
it's
if
impossible for me to even grasp.
Could you imagine if Joe Biden spoke about Ukrainian victims of Russian aggression and the way he's like talking about Palestinians, like being like, oh, a handful of those numbers have made up. It's like, oh, another school just got bombed, another hospital just got bombed. It's terrible. So many like Ukrainians have died, and it is absolutely terrible. But then to be like, those numbers, I don't know if they check out yet. We'll have to wait to get official. Like people would be beside themselves.
That was the worst thing I could have heard. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah. Let's just talk about.
I got something. I got something on that actually. I don't want to. I didn't share this because the account that shared these two videos who shared these two videos to point out the hypocrisy would undermine the point. So I didn't share the account, but I did want to download these videos. So I'm going to download them now and I'm going to send them on here so we could play them. To show there's two videos that were posted that shows the absolute hypocrisy between what the U.S. government stance is on what's happening to the Palestinians and then what's happening in Ukraine. Let me download these videos and then I'll send it over.
I do have the video now from Ariana. You shared the Eric Adams video.
Yeah, I did.
Should I play this?
Really quick, I just want to say like the difference is so freaking disgusting because it's like we opened up a pathway of citizenship for Ukrainians to come in, no questions asked, just like straight pathway, come through, come here, we're going to give you a citizenship, we're going to give you, all this access, which is great. Like they're they're victims of a war. You know what I mean? But like when you look at the disparity and just like the difference, it's so nauseating, honestly. Anyways,
people are trying to justify. They're saying things like, "Oh, well, they should just go somewhere else. Why aren't they going to like Lebanon or Egypt or something like that? Or why don't they just go into like It's like right."
I wonder what the difference is between refugees
why should
from
they
Ukraine
have to
and
go?
Palestine.
Why should they have to go?
Yeah.
What Americans would say? We have Americans who won't even fucking wear a mask when there was a pandemic, and we're expecting a whole nother people to get up and leave their homes.
Millions.
Why should they have to go? They should not have to.
Half of whom are children. Half of whom are kids.
Right.
What are the kids going to build boats and then go over the Rafah and get to Egypt because there's safe travel there? Like, what the fuck are you all talking about?
Also, I just want to point out one thing. When we helped destabilize Syria, we were the country, America, that took the least amount of refugees. When we left Afghanistan, we were the country that took the least amount of Afghan refugees. And when they did come here, we treated them like crap. Like, not us as a people, but just like, well, maybe that too. But like, as a government, we treated them like crap. Do you want to know the top country that took some of the most Afghan refugees? It was actually Iran. I don't like the Iranian government, don't get me wrong, but it was Iran. America, same with Yemen, same with Libya. We have this tendency of destabilizing, Middle Eastern countries, and then we take the least amount of them in as refugees, and we have the capability to, because we did it with Ukraine. We just don't want to. And then we have people, because I saw that chat too, we have people who are just brazenly saying, oh, well, why don't they just go to Lebanon? Why don't they just go to Jordan? There's so many Palestinian diasporas from the first Nakba that had to go to Jordan because they didn't have any choice. There's so many Palestinian diaspora in Lebanon. The biggest Palestinian diaspora outside of the Middle East is actually Chile. There's so many Palestinian diaspora in South America because they were forced to leave. So like this whole like ideology of like, oh, why don't they just go into another country? First of all, they are, but second of all, why should they? Matt, to your point, why should they? They shouldn't have to.
That's why.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have to. Yeah.
Just move.
All right, I uploaded the videos. Can you play them? They're in the brand section. Play the first one. This is 2 videos. Both of them are featuring the White House spokesman John Kirby. The first video you'll see is his response to what's happening in Gaza. The second video you'll see was his response to what's happening in Ukraine. Play the first one.
By the way, when I play this, I think it'll play without us, just so you know. It'll play full screen, I believe.
This is war. It is combat. It is bloody. It is ugly, and it's going to be messy. And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that wasn't going to happen, but it is going to happen, and that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it dismissible. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to still express concerns about that and do everything we can to help the Israelis do everything they can to minimize it. But that's unfortunately the nature of conflict.
Now watch his same response. What his response is to someone asking about what was happening in Ukraine back when that first started.
It's hard to look at what he's doing in Ukraine, what his forces are doing in Ukraine, and think that any ethical, moral individual could justify that. It's difficult to look at the It's difficult to look at some of the images and imagine that any well-thinking, serious, mature leader would do that. So I can't talk to his psychology, but I think we can all speak to his depravity.
Wow. The emotion for seeing people in Ukraine, white people.
Matt, can you send that to me, please?
I mean, it is unnerving how blasé he was when asked about the Palestinian people's lives. And then how emotional he got. And I want to make it clear, I think the people in Ukraine and the people in Gaza and the West Bank are being victimized by an oppressor. This is not an attack on Ukrainian people. This is an attack on the U.S. government's position on one thing that flies in the face of their position on another.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What Putin is doing in Ukraine, I saw the images. So disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen images of kids without faces come across my feed in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
That press conference after the hospital, I was like, I had to turn off the internet after that.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm never going to be able to unsee that uncensored footage of
Yeah.
them just literally in a pile of bodies of kids. I was like, even in horror movies, I don't see this shit, you know, and this is real fucking life.
There's a video that stood out to me of this little girl. She was like 9, and I forgot what the caption was, but she was hugging her little siblings and grappling with the reality that she was their de facto mom now because both of their parents were killed. She was like 9, so she's trying to hold her little siblings.
Yeah.
And it's just...
The video I saw was a little girl too. She was running back in and she said, "That's my mom. I can tell by her hair." And she was sitting down trying to like really like wrap her mind about what her life was going to look like from that moment on. Like, that's my mom. I know her by her hair. Like, I know that's my mom. That was like, I can't, those kind of things, I'm not good with it. So when I see videos and stuff, I rather like read what it's about.
Oh,
or
same here. Yeah, I can't watch.
I can't watch. I really can't.
I know the brutality. I don't need to, you know, have it haunt me in my dreams. Like it's just.
Yeah.
Too late. It's just, But see, these things affect us because we're normal human beings, and we also we think that Palestinians are human beings. We see humanity and suffering, but these folks, like, they see Palestinians, and they don't feel like they're watching human beings. Like, they've already dehumanized them, and once you've dehumanized someone psychologically, that damage that's done to them, the tears, it just doesn't click with you because you've rejected their humanity. Which is why we see this difference, you know, which is why we'll accept Ukrainian refugees but not Palestinian refugees, because those are not the same. They're just, one is human and the other is less human, if even human. You know, they've been described by Israeli officials as human animals, so it's like some sort of a subspecies. Like the thorough dehumanization and the way that this is reinforced in propaganda, both explicitly and implicitly, like this is why things are the way that they are, you know.
It's racist to me. Like,
exactly.
You know, and this is what I made this point when the Haitian president was assassinated, and a lot of the Haitians were trying to come here. Same time, Ukrainians were offered all the help and to come in. Haitians were getting kicked they asses right back.
Whipped. They were getting whipped.
Yeah, they were getting whipped on horses, right?
My own cousin at the border getting whipped. I'm trying to go and figure out how I'm gonna go pick him up. Next day he was gone. Meanwhile, Ukrainians and all them, they were told because their country was not livable, they're in war. Same thing was happening in Haiti, but they were given an opportunity and them Haitians were sent right back.
Yeah.
So
and that was so messed up too, because they were able to send Haitians back without any kind of trial because of Trump's COVID era immigration. I forgot there was a name for it, but Biden,
something 42.
Yeah, it was Title 42.
Yeah,
it was Title 42.
Yeah.
That he campaigned on letting go of, but not only did he not let go of it, he kept implementing Title 42, and Haitians was actually one of the groups where he, used Title 42. And I do want to kind of bring this back really quick to, George Bush, the war on terror, 9/11. We talk about the 9/11 hijackers. None of them were Iraqi. None of them were Afghan. I can't believe that some Americans still don't know this. Like, legitimately, some Americans don't know this. The FBI did a full-on report. They investigated the 9/11 attack, and in the report that they published, they actually heavily implicated Saudi Arabia in those attacks. They directly heavily implicated Saudi Arabia. And so not only are we still buddy-buddy with Saudi Arabia to some extent, we invaded Iraq, we invaded Afghanistan. For what? And the way we were able to justify that was through dehumanization. We had Caroline Maloney, I believe is her last name. She went up in front of Congress with a burqa on, a white woman that has no history of being Muslim, having any kind of Muslim family in her heritage or whatever. She went in front of Congress for 20 minutes in a burqa, and she said, we are invading Afghanistan to help liberate the women of Afghanistan. No Middle Eastern woman has ever asked any American to liberate them, but we'll pass by that topic. But the whole entire thing, like the whole invasion, was so entirely racist. It was dehumanizing. 20 years later, not only are the women of Afghanistan not freaking liberated in any shape or form, we used that as a scapegoat. We used the dehumanization of, and I'm not saying Afghanistan was perfect by any means or by any shape. Like, obviously Afghanistan had gone through a civil war. There were a lot of things going on at the time, but
also a lot of empires trying to colonize it over and over and over again.
Right. But there were a lot of things going on, and I'm by no means am I saying it was perfect, but they have been dehumanizing Middle Eastern. Yes, thank you.
That is
they have been
wild,
dehumanizing us for so freaking long, and that's why we now have to see literal images of children and their heads blown off for us to have any kind of sympathy as a society. When with Ukrainians, you just say, "Hey, Ukrainians are suffering," and everyone's like, "Okay, I'm game. Whatever they need, I'm there." But with us, you literally have to we have to convince people, hey, listen, we're getting massacred, we're getting genocided, for people to kind of be like, okay, I kind of see your point. You know what I mean? Anyways, I'm done. Sorry.
Well,
It's sort of
media. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
It's the whole thing too with how many people who believe that there should be a Jew, Israel's right to exist. There must be a Jewish state, Zionism. How many of those same people think there should be no countries that's run under Muslim rule, Sharia law, or anything like that? They're both theocracies. That's the whole. There shouldn't be. That's anti-democratic. There shouldn't be any state that's ruled by rule of religion. Any religion. There shouldn't be a state where the Bible is law, where any religion is the law like that. But the Muslim states, those are bad. Muslim law, that's bad stuff. It's
exactly. It's another
Saudi Arabia based though, apparently, and give them weapons.
Yeah, it depends on how close they are to the U.S.
Well, that's just the government. That's the U.S. government. I would say most people in the U.S. would be very happy to see no more Saudi Arabia not due to good reasons, due to Muslim country.
Well, going back to Ariana's point about the dehumanization, I wanted to bring up the point about the media and how, when you see the lack of reaction to the Al Jazeera journalist who lost his entire family, you would think that more of them would be talking about this, just because that's something where they can genuinely empathize with him with, because it's like, oh, I'm a journalist. Imagine if my entire family was wiped out, and likely due to retaliation from this government that I'm reporting on. No evidence of that. I'm just speculating, but it seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. I think there should be a proper investigation done by an independent third party, but you would think that there would be some way to connect, right? There it is. Imagine retaliation against journalism. We've got to protect the fourth estate. Journalism is necessary for democracy. It's necessary for the public, but you just don't really see anything. You don't see CNN pundits crying for this man's family. The videos are heartbreaking.
Oh my gosh.
You could see the video of him finding out in real time.
He
lost all of his, I couldn't even imagine.
And they went there to get away and, at a safe area.
Right.
Yeah. They said it was a safe area.
Yeah. I'm so glad you brought that up, because what people don't realize is that the IDF gave that order 2 weeks ago, actually, because we were on the show when we found out, to evacuate the north. They actually went and they evacuated. They were in central Gaza in a Nusayrat camp, where they were told they could take refuge, and they were murdered in an airstrike. So, I mean, it's if you're one of these people who thinks that the numbers are exaggerated, if you're Joe Biden, wouldn't you look at that and think, the optics just don't look good, because they're being bombed where they were told to evacuate? Why are there so many airstrikes in the south when Israel told them to get out of the north? It's just shocking to me that this is happening, and our leaders are just like, how dare you criticize Israel? That's anti-Semitic. It's shocking to me. I mean, it's not shocking, but it's just it feels like you're in this diluted reality, like the Twilight Zone or something, where how could you fucking say this?
Yeah, it's when I seen what Joe Biden said, I was blown. Like, I'm like, okay, yeah, he been rocking with Israel, okay, but for him to say like, okay, now the numbers in Gaza, we don't really know. Like, I mean, but you like, I need you to really say that you know that people are being murdered in Gaza. He keeps saying Hamas. He keeps saying that, but Palestinian people are dying. Palestinian children are dying. Like, why aren't you saying that? Y'all, yeah, look, I'm at the end. I can go forever, but I got work in the morning. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go. I
my
didn't want to
God,
end
yeah.
like that, but y'all know I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time, good conversation. Like I was talking. Quick story before I get out of here. So everybody who's watching, this is funny. I dropped some love in our little chat. Right, I'm talking about our Leftist Mafia chat to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Like, hey guys, I just wanted to tell you that I absolutely love being, you know, a part of the show, and I love being a part of the hard conversations, but the necessary conversations, and that we actually get moments to laugh together, something of the sort. And all of these fools, they don't know how to accept love, and they have trauma from past people who've been on the show.
Hey, don't involve me in this. It was one person, and then I think someone else had
we thought she was quitting. Like, can you read on? They were not going to accept the love. Like, listen, guys, I give love
we weren't going to
randomly.
accept the quit.
It was Matt. Matt Bender's not used to getting love, so he was shocked that there has to be some other reason for this.
I thought the same thing, because at first you just see, hey guys, I've been really enjoying it, and just right there I stopped like, oh no.
It's been a long week, and I know it's been so crazy, so I just wanted to just drop some love right up in there for y'all. That's all I was trying to do. So, and it's gonna come. That's how I am. So you guys have to accept the love, right? Let me love you. I know it's hard because of past trauma, you know, but let me love you. Okay.
I think it's a song, isn't
Rebecca is discovering how black-pilled we all are.
Yes. I'm like, oh my God, they are hurt. They are hurt. Oh my goodness.
It's traumatic being a leftist.
I know it can be. I know that. So that's why I was like, let me just sprinkle some love in here. And they were like, what the hell is this? Oh my God. They were looking for the negative. And I'm like, oh, poor babies. But yeah, I love being here with you guys, and I will be here with you guys next Thursday. Nice to meet you, Ariana. You were great.
So
Hope
nice
you come back again. I absolutely love your energy on here. But y'all know I gotta go. Love you.
You take care.
Bye, guys.
So we'll go to Super Chats. Ariana will tell you what we tell all of our guests, that you are free to stay as long as you like. Sometimes these go long, but no pressure. But
yeah, you can jump out
as long as you want.
I bow out quickly. Yeah. Just
so do I. In fact, I might bow out pretty quick. I may just go through mine really quick if y'all don't mind. I don't have that many, so it could be. And the last 4 are from some lunatics, so I may not even read them.
Yeah, we had
At least you got paid, David. At least you got paid.
I know. This
Wait, the first 4 or the last 4?
The last 4. Yeah, the last 4.
Oh, I have some as well. I don't care if you're sending me money. If you're saying stupid shit, I'm going to ban
The last
you.
4 for me is from the same person. Here, let me jump through these quick. Mike Thompson, excited about the show. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Snack Panther. Bitter didn't want that Pacman smoke.
No, I just didn't. Honestly, I just don't want to. I just didn't want to start any drama. I'm not.
They'll get Howard Stern and Rosie O'Donnell on your ass, so you better watch out.
I mean, you know, when you were talking earlier about his takes and like, you know, I think it's concerning that his takes on this issue are obviously being consumed by people like Howard Stern, and who else did you say? Did you say Rosie O'Donnell?
Yeah, he interviewed Rosie O'Donnell on his show.
She does follow me, so maybe I can.
She follows you, really?
She does, yeah. Which is
maybe she's learning something. Actually, what's her position on this?
Yeah, I remember her from the Flintstones when I was a
Not that
kid.
it matters,
So I should reach out and be like, "Hey, I remember you in the Flintstones as a kid."
I watched her talk show in the '90s. I liked her talk show.
Well, Donald Trump absolutely hated her. So that's
he did.
That's also why I sided with her during that whole thing. Mike Thompson, do you guys think there's going to be a big turnaround on public opinion? I know it started, but it still seems split.
You're seeing it
I
now.
think like any issue when it comes to like when there's facts and the facts are the facts, it may take a while, but they do turn around. And I think you're already seeing a bit of that in some of the polling.
Absolutely.
For the first time ever, at least in my lifetime that I can remember, it feels like there's a real shift happening, which is encouraging. Like, as you can see, if you've listened these past 2 hours, we're still losing our minds, but there's been a shift.
Yeah.
Especially in the younger generation. I think they really need a shout out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Kowalski here with a 199 super chat. Thank you. Says, ask Matt to look at his XDM. Topical.
Oh.
Happy birthday, Kowalski, by the way.
Should I read this DM publicly, Kowalski?
I guess.
Damn.
Oh, for you're asking him? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll read it right now. Pacman, oh boy, in his defense of Israel video, mentioned a bunch of goods that Israel produces, which would be a mistake to boycott. Oh my God. He mentioned cheese from Israel is sold at Trader Joe's. Agriculture products from Israel are not only ecologically unsustainable since they are growing crops in a desert. They have destroyed Palestinian farmers and village wells to feed the Israeli agricultural exports. So the cheese Pacman likes literally is at the expense of innocent people who have been displaced within the last few weeks, let alone the past 50 years. Didn't think he could have a take worse than his NFT selling grift, says Kowalski.
Maybe you shouldn't have read that on there.
I have to see this video. Hold on. His defense of Israel is that a bunch of goods that Israel produces is good.
I know you want to boycott them, but have you tried their cheese?
Keep in mind we have not watched the video, so we cannot make any assumptions.
Sorry.
But
listen, Kowalski is a very straight up. With that being said, I agree with what David said, so I'm not going to say much more about it because I want to watch it first. But I also want to say Kowalski's not one to embellish. He's a very straightforward. He's a straight shooter. He's
a down to earth guy, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a farmer, right?
Oh my God! I don't think I need to watch any.
I mean, the whole
like that right now.
the whole point of a boycott is
can't take anymore.
Is that you stop consuming things that might be hard to stop because you enjoy it. That's not the reason.
Yeah, you're not supposed to really enjoy not getting certain things that you may want. I don't know.
I literally did a TikTok video about this today that got over 200K views, but so there's a huge, thank you, Mike. My literal idol saying, wow, so cool. So there's a huge push for people. Obviously, there's a lot of brands that have investments in, different companies in America, but there's a huge push for McDonald's, Disney, and Starbucks. And so all three of these companies are now doing deals. So McDonald's is giving free fries on Fridays. Starbucks is going to do a BOGO deal where you get one drink, you get another one for free. And then Disney is now giving cards for free, like 100 cards for free, which I think comes with their membership or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I'm not a Disney adult, but it shows two things, right? It shows that boycotts, number one, they work because obviously we're putting pressure on these companies and they feel like they need to do something PR wise to make up for it. But number two, they just you're genuinely taking a stance. I know not getting your pumpkin spice is hard, but you're gonna have to take one for the team here. You know what I mean? And I just want to really reemphasize that those boycotts are very important, and participating in them does actually do change.
Yeah.
Virginia Voss, thank you for the super chat. Says Anna Kasparian. We have to do more controversy. Anna Kasparian went on right-wing talk radio show PBD and challenged J.K. Rowling. Really LOL awful. All right. Haven't seen it. I don't want to get into more drama. I feel like it's more important shit right now than
yeah, I've said everything on my heart about that situation.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, for taking up all the chats. I got a random splitting headache, so I want to get
you're good.
out of here. I think this is for me. Yes. Cosmere Dragon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, love seeing a new guest. Ariana will have to follow. I appreciate her perspective. Also, this is a reminder to bring on Crystal and Kyle someday soon. Yes, we will have to invite them, Mike. You or me.
I said like 3 weeks ago I was going to invite them, and I thought earlier this week I should probably invite them. But as you all know, we are very, very bad at organization and inviting guests. It's a miracle that Ariana is
I'd
here
rather
today.
you invite people. I don't like invite. I feel like I'm always bothering people, so you can do the inviting.
I will try to reach out to Kyle and see if we can get him or Crystal or both, ideally. But if it happens within the next week or so, that's a miracle. So I'm trying to remember.
Zatewise, thank you for the super chat. Would really enjoy to see Vosh on the panel for once and discuss different topics with you all. Any chance that will happen, or anyone hardly against it? I don't. He's fine.
I'm not against it. Vosh was actually a member on episodes, or a guest on episode 0. Fun fact.
That's right. During the election,
he was shit faced. It was really funny.
I've never seen him.
He was. Yeah, actually, he was drunk.
Yeah,
that was bizarre.
It was really funny.
All right, I think this is my last one. How do you say this name? I don't want to screw it up. Vinci?
That's how I would probably say it.
Well, whatever. I apologize.
Sure, it's wrong.
Thoughts on Kenya's intervention in Haiti? So I read something about the UN approving this to try and deal with like gangs in Haiti. I don't know enough about. I mean, when I hear intervention in Haiti, usually it's not a good thing. Kenya specifically seems like an interesting choice to me. I don't know enough there to give you any real, educated perspective. Anyone else here know anything about this?
I'm clueless on this.
I just don't like the word intervention.
Yeah, it triggers me.
It's
I have a hard time
word.
thinking this is a good thing. Again, I don't know enough to really give a proper comment. Do you guys want to see the four crazy chats, or here we go? John, conservative values is a must. Okay, John.
John the Baptist.
As a black man, stop using race to make your points. All right, John. No 9-year-old little girl to see. No 9-year-old little girls see their parents die and think they are the parent now. Stop with the false narrative. Just make the point. All right, John.
But she's literally consoling her little brother and sister in that clip.
And please stop making everything racist. All right, John.
John,
all right,
go get baptized again.
All right, sorry guys, I gotta go early. Nice meeting you.
It was so
Ariana.
nice meeting you too. Thanks for having me.
Of course. See you guys later.
Take care.
Hi, David. I'm gonna take off too as well. Enjoy the rest of the super chats. Thanks for coming on,
bless, Lance.
Ariana.
Bye,
you were
guys.
awesome. Please come back soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Lance. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care. Hopefully, the next time you come on, we'll have like a happier.
Whoa, hold on,
oh, this is
back
too
up.
close. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a little too personal.
It always makes me uncomfortable when it defaults to that. Hopefully, we'll have like happier things to talk about.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, it was a good therapeutic session.
It was, and I really appreciate you guys for having me. I mean, it means a lot just outsourcing a Middle Eastern person, and having them in this space.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, so let me see where we left off. So I believe
This is going to be tough because of how we did it, with David going through his first.
Yeah. There might be some repeats, so bear with us, folks, if I read the same one over again. This one is from me, from Dynamic Editor, $5. Thank you so much. Can you believe Jeb won the House Speaker position? LOL, what a result. For real, though, do you think Johnson will be ousted like McCarthy again? Money on yes. I hope it happens. I would love to get a season 2 of the Speaker Roulette. I think it was one of the funnest things that I've covered in a while. I doubt that it will happen soon, but we'll see. There are some conservatives who are complaining that he acknowledged systemic racism when he was saying that George Floyd being murdered was bad. So it seems like there's a little bit of discontent already. He's being accused of being woke. We'll see what happens. I would love for him to get ousted, though, because it's seeing them in disarray makes me happy. Okay.
Are you just going through yours, or am I gonna go to my?
No, I'm just going in chronological order. So yours
so you
is
missed
probably
one.
gonna come up. Oh, did I?
Missed one. Yeah, Kowalski,
Oh.
the super chat. Can't believe it's going to snow this weekend. I just have to read it. You know, it's not a breaking super chat, but he paid for it.
Okay. Okay, so this is the next one after Dynamic Editor. Who's this for? This is me.
It's you.
Marley Morgan, $10. Thank you so much. I need advice. Mike Johnson is my rep. I chickened out of trying to run against him in 2022. Should I try running in 2024 or flee Louisiana as an LGBT person? I'm far left in the deep red. It's really hard to say. I mean, if you have the means to leave that state, I personally would definitely do that. But I would say look at the dynamics of the race. If it's like a plus 80 red, it would probably be very difficult. That's not to say that you shouldn't participate, but you'd be exerting a lot of energy. You'd need a lot of resources to run. But honestly, if you can move to a better place and you have the money, I'd say that's what I would do.
I lived in Louisiana for 6 months, and I will say, unless you live in New Orleans proper or a very blue-leaning area, it's going to be incredibly hard because Louisiana is like chuddy. That's Chud State. That would be very hard to do.
Yeah. I have a friend who I think she just moved. She was in Louisiana for grad school, and yeah, the thing she was telling me about like the laws there was mind blowing. So,
it's bad. Would not recommend.
Yeah, it seems very bad. Okay, so I think this is for you, Matt.
Blex actually, this factually accurate breakdown of the Pacman beef, trademark, is the kind of hard-hitting journalism I pay you for, Matt. Yeah, I mean, I just needed to get it. I wanted to get it out of the way up top, and it is what it is. I'm
glad
the end
that you cleared the air.
I'd much rather focus on his takes about not boycotting Israeli cheese because it's so good. Honestly, I would. I mean, that's not. This isn't. I don't know what Pacman. I'm assuming Pacman's take on BDS is related to that, but that's like the thing that's so like there is no proper way apparently to advocate for Palestinian people, because even a peaceful boycott is like a crime in a number of states. It is against the law.
Yeah.
It's against the law to advocate for BDS.
Yeah, it's wild. This is for me, the Matt Mercy with $5. Thank you, Matt. Please invite Norman Finkelstein on to talk about Israel or Palestine and Israel sometime soon. He's the son of 2 Holocaust survivors and a professor, researcher, and pro-Palestine activist. Okay, I'll look into him. The name sounds very familiar. So yeah, that sounds like he'd have a lot of really good insight for sure.
This is for me, I think. Bands, Conquer, Divide, Bayside, FFTG, Architects, Wage War, Cane Hill, Blacklight Burns, The White Noise, Danger Kids, Gideon, Polaris, Crown the Empire, Zebrahead. I'm guessing these are bands for me to check out. Zebrahead feels off on this list, but okay. Bayside feels off on this list too. I've heard of most of these bands. I've seen Bayside a long time ago before they signed to Victory Records in a very small Long Island venue. I'm just sharing that.
Also, I'll add check out Simple Plan. You might like them, Matt. I think this is you.
I got it. I was just taking it in for a second. Check out Simple Plan, right? Yeah. Tokyo
You're a
Han
punk
says,
guy. You'll love Simple or Blink 182. The kids love Blink 182.
I'll have to check them out. I also wonder what the world would be like without America, but it is hard to think about a world without Coca-Cola, double stuffed Oreos, and leftist.
I roll.
Well, it still would exist, except my dumbass would be somewhere in Europe, probably in Portugal. We'd all, it'd just be different. Okay, so we saw that one. Here we go.
This for me? I think so.
Yeah,
John Deere, just here to donate. Solidarity.
Very nice.
Thank
I did
you.
see a comment saying that we only read the chats when they send money. I would love to read.
Yeah, we get like
chats,
10,000
but
we get like 10,000 chats. The way we have to basically. I mean, I'm sorry.
you have to read the people who pay, but I would love to read the ones who don't.
Right.
On my Twitch streams, I used to do it all the time.
What I would like to do, back in the day, I was able to read every chat like 4 years ago when I was when I first started my YouTube channel's own live streams, but I can't do that anymore. It's too many people. And honestly, it's not even like I could just scroll through and like, I'll pick out some non super chats that I see that, and it goes too fast. I can't.
That is very true. It does, especially when you're mid conversation.
Yeah, the struggle is real. So I understand that it seems like snobby, but I do want to interact with people. And we were discussing, we did not bring this up, by the way, in the our DM, Matt, that we should like take calls by just bringing people in from chat by posting the link. Because that would be one way to do it. Like, we're not going to be like, hey, you've got to pay to join. We'll just drop the link.
Oh, wait, actually, that's a good idea. Mike, we should do an extra tier. A paid tier that you could only listen for a
it'll be a
small
free for all, and then
how many of us are there?
Called the F slur like 10 times, and then it's like, okay, this is why we have to start charging people.
How many of us are there again? You, me, Rebecca, Lance, David. So it's 5 of us, right? So let's say, each of us wants $5. So for $25 a month, you could call into the show.
Oh my god,
that is not fucking worth it. Okay, go to this next dumbass super chat from David the Goliath. $5 Canadian. You should have been watching because we addressed this. Why do you guys support Palestine when it will be no different than Taliban, ISIS in Syria, Afghanistan, persecuting women, killing LGBT people? Because I don't think that people should die and have their families killed and their homes destroyed and be displaced, because possibly they might be like different politically, might be socially conservative. I mean, if that were the case, I would advocate for my uncle to be bombed in an airstrike because he's the most conservative you could possibly be. I'm for human rights across the board, period, full stop. If you don't understand this, then I feel like you have to understand why like marginalized people oftentimes support other marginalized people. It's because they know that the denial of human rights is unacceptable regardless of who the person is. And like being a gay dude, it's allowed me to see like, okay, so this is what oppression is like for me. Then obviously, it's going to be bad for other. And I feel like you don't even have to be gay. You just got to be a good person, honestly. Like, it's not even that deep. Like, just don't be shitty. Like, it's pretty simple. Like, I don't think that these human beings should be subject to apartheid. I think that's wrong. So it's a very like low IQ question. So good job. But thank you for the $5.
Yeah, let's just bomb Marjorie Taylor Greene's house because she's, a Christian nationalist in Minecraft.
Yeah, ridiculous. Yes, in Minecraft, of course, or Terraria, but Minecraft.
There you go.
Okay, so this one is for me too. Balthazar 228, 1999. Jesus Christ, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I still vote for the Israel is the same size as Florida. You want the Holy Land. How about Disneyland solution? If we wanted to match climates, West or North Texas. If they want their holy sites, we can make new versions.
It sounds like Sheldon from... Did you see that one clip from Sheldon? From Big Bang Theory? He was like, I'm going to make a Palestine in the middle of the Mexican desert.
Oh, you know what? I can support this. We really don't like Texas is too big. I mean, half of Oregon is like nothing. So
same with Arizona.
Right? Yeah. Honestly, yeah. Let me see who this is for.
Not me.
Balthazar again, 9.99. Jesus Christ, you're making it rain on me. Balthazar, thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. We love making fake religious sites. We have a fake Noah's Ark already. That's true. Side benefit of bringing all Israelis into the U.S. and recreating all the Bible holy sites is that it satisfies all Mormon lore. That's true. I think this is you.
It is for me. Zeitweiss with a 11.99 euro super chat. Thank you. Here in Austria, Germany too, some young war refugees are destroying Israel flags that are hoisted up on the streets, and that's framed by media and politics as simply anti-Semitism. Thoughts on this? Well, I don't know specifically what you're talking about. I'd say it's probably just for PR and aesthetics. It's probably a bad idea to do anything like that. You'll win the argument by being pro what you are, which in this case pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine. You can win the argument by, one thing we're seeing is people tear down those signs the people are putting up of the hostages. And listen, I get the argument that the signs are being put up in bumblefuck Kentucky and in London, and the hostages aren't there, so the signs make no sense to be put up there, and that it's just propaganda to support what Israel's doing in Gaza. I get that argument, but at the same time, you have to understand at the very least how it looks to be tearing down those signs, and without a doubt, those people are innocent hostages right now held by Hamas, who we want to be seen, who we want freed. A better way to go about that, instead of tearing those signs down, is we should be putting people who are tearing those signs down should instead of be putting up signs showing photos and giving bios of all the innocent Palestinian people who have lost their lives due to the Israeli bombings. You'll win over people by showing your advocacy for something, not advocacy against something.
Yeah, I agree. And just to add, I think that just generally speaking, burning flags is good. I mean, if you burn the American flag, that doesn't mean you hate America. So it logically follows that if you were to burn the Israeli flag, that doesn't mean that you're anti-Semitic. It's in protest of the government. Having said that, though, a lot of the way that Israel has been able to maintain support for so long is because they've been waging a propaganda battle, and you don't want to give them ammunition if you can avoid it, right? So, I saw even Richie Torres talking about some protests. I don't know where it was. They were burning the Israeli flag, and he was calling them anti-Semitic. If you can try to avoid bad optics, you should do that. In general, burning flags is protected speech, right? But we know that they're going to say that that's anti-Semitic. They're trying to, say that all Jewish people are Zionists, and anti-Zionism is tantamount to anti-Semitism. So just try not to give them ammunition, because any propaganda that they can find, they're going to try to use it. So yeah, just to echo what Matt said.
Absolutely.
So Kowalski says 199. Thank you, Kowalski. IDF info warfare is meant to blind us. Don't blink.
Kowalski for me. Al Jazeera is reporting like heroes out there. I mean, they're literally. We have journalists with Al Jazeera literally losing their families in this.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's.
Also, one of the only stations that has journalists actually in the Gaza Strip, which is very important.
Yeah. Without them, I mean, information getting out would be so difficult.
Yeah.
Especially with no electricity.
Al Jazeera is pivotal to all of this, for sure.
Yeah. Chris, $2. But do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Yes, it is 8. Top of the hour. Let's condemn Hamas again. I condemn Hamas.
They wrote condom hummus, though.
Oh, God, I missed that. Holy shit.
Sorry.
Okay, so... I think this is you, Tokyo Hans.
It is for me. Tokyo Hans with a 1,000 yen super chat. You know, you see that 1,000 and you're like, ooh, but I bet it comes out to like $1.50.
It's like
I'm
$2,
joking.
I think.
I'm joking, Tokyo Hans. Whether you gave, even if you gave me a nickel, I appreciate it. Here is some money. Make sure to absolutely not share it with the others. Also, does the Figueiredo Binder ticket have an opening for Secretary of State? I speak 7 languages and I make nice hats.
Riverboat Jack is our Secretary of State, but what if we made you UN ambassador?
Oh God, such a useless position.
Ariana, what do you want? What position do you want in our administration?
Oh, can I be the communications person?
That's Rebecca's role. You
What
could
do
be
have open?
deputy communications secretary.
Okay, period. I'll do that.
Awesome. We have Marie Bray, who's a new member. We have, I think this is you, Bender.
T King with a super chat. Need Binder shirt with pick and don't have heroes. Like, wait, with a shirt with me on it? I don't know if I'd put myself on a shirt. I definitely have to get shirts.
We used today before the stream.
Oh, right. Yeah, I definitely have to get shirts, but I don't think I'd put a photo of me on it.
You just got to get one. Well, you can't see. No, it's not up now. I have somebody did a cartoon of my face.
We need Leftist Mafia merch. That's for sure. We have those cartoon images.
Mm-hmm.
We need to do that for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Tony Rizzo with a member super chat. Thank you, Tony. Patreon.com/Matt Binder to support the show. Oh, how nice of you to use your membership super chat to promote my Patreon.
That's
yes, patreon.com/Matt Binder.
Former future goblin with $20. Jesus, thank you all so much. Very, very kind. Mike, I'm a big fan. Thank you so much. Please start cross-posting to Threads so I can share your stuff. Your Gaza coverage is crucial. Also, you're prettier than David. Well, thank you so much. I don't agree with the latter. I feel like when it comes to the prettiness on the show, David's definitely the heartthrob. I'm kind of like the crusty old man. But when it comes to Threads, I haven't really been posting on Threads. But I don't know if you can share videos. Feel free to share them on Threads. I don't know if they let you upload, but if you want to post clips, feel free. I'll have to get back on there though. I stopped posting on Blue Sky because the last time I tried, they made me log in and I did not remember my password. So if Threads lets me log in, I will try to use it again. Chris, $5. I want to see reporters ask every Republican to condemn mass shooters, Proud Boys, Patriot Front, and every one of these malicious because they probably won't. Yeah, it would be nice if they did the same thing, held everyone to the same standards. This one also for me. Geez, usually you get all the super chats. I'm getting a shit ton tonight.
Yeah, I'm not getting many.
My goodness.
You know, it's okay though.
Marie Bray with $6.99. Hey gang, big love from Gen X. Oh, that's why, because Matt hates Gen Xers, Ariana, if you haven't heard.
Oh,
He's
okay,
very ageist, so they do support me. So yeah,
I don't hate Gen X. I just point out the truth, which is they've become
here we go
increasingly conservative. They're the ones leading the charge when it comes to banning books and like civil rights and all teachings and stuff like that in schools. It's not all Gen Xers. I'm just pointing out the fact that a number of Gen Xers are the ones who are the loudest, who broke their brains during COVID and become right-wing extremists. That's all.
Well, I don't generalize in that way. I think that's disgusting. I unequivocally condemn Matt Binder for his ageism.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying all. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying the behavior you're seeing from Gen Xers is stuff you would normally attribute strictly to baby boomers, another cohort which I despise. And
I was gonna say, how do you feel like, how do you have such a visceral reaction to Gen Xers when boomers exist? Like, seriously.
Yeah. I've gotten a lot of sweet boomers watch my channel, so they've kind of shifted my perception. But then, like, when I am out in public and I see boomers, I'm like, oh, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not ageist like that. But you know,
and let me tell you, the silent generation not quite silent enough. They should shut the fuck up already.
And silent generation, if I'm going down the aisle at the store and you see that I want to pass, don't just stand in the middle. Have some self-awareness. Okay, move to the side. Okay, because you all do that. No, I'm just kidding. I need to stop saying things about old people that get clipped out and spread around the internet.
And let me tell you, the greatest generation, not so great.
What is the greatest? Is that after?
That's people born between 1901 and 1927.
Oh Jesus Christ! Are there any?
I mean, my grandma was actually born in that. She was born. She was in the greatest generation. She was 96 when she passed away in 2012.
I love how you're like, oh, the greatest generation is dog shit. I'm like, are there any? Like, well, my grandma.
She just to give you an idea of how old I think a lot of people don't realize how old I am, because I saw someone say everyone over 40 should, I don't know what, like, it sucks or whatever, and I'm like, ooh, I'm just on the edge there, buddy. You don't even know.
I've got a ways to go, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm very young still. Yeah.
Wait, who's before the greatest generation? I want to know what they called those people.
I don't
generation
know.
Before greatest.
Anyone from 1800, I just can't endorse any of them.
Even the 1900s.
Oh my god, I didn't even know about this. Wait, no, that's not right. What is the lost generation was born between 1883 and 1900. I never knew that.
They kind of.
And they ain't lost anymore. We can find them we can find them in any cemetery all across the U.S.
Oh my god, we got on the tangent there. Hey gang, big love from Gen X, and my husband Mark is a millennial. Very, very cool. We've been watching from the start. I love the energy you bring. Just kudos. Really appreciate it. It's so nice when you all bring like lots of love and positive comments. I know sometimes we focus on like the negative and the trolls, but I really do appreciate all of the kind comments. And this one is from Pendulum Dragon 499. Can I please be a mod for you to help with the trolls? Yeah, can you DM me, Pendulous Dragon, and I will work that out. We have another one. Asymptomatic behavior 999. Thank you so much. One thing I found disgusting was Joe Biden's letter to Sarah Netanyahu. Also, progressives should join the GOP in impeaching Joe to pressure him to stop. I have not seen Joe Biden's letter to Sarah Netanyahu. I would imagine that if I were to read it, I would be enraged. In terms of impeaching Biden, it's one of those things where I just don't care. Like, yeah. I'm not up in arms about like the GOP trying to impeach Biden. I don't think that there's enough evidence to impeach him. Like, it's high crimes, misdemeanors. If he does like aid and abet a genocide, maybe there. But I don't care either way. Impeachment, as we've learned, is useless. Biden or Trump was impeached twice. Didn't matter. So I'm not like concerned with it. Like, the GOP is doing this to virtue signal, and so I don't really see a value in like joining them in the virtue signal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, waste of time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, my energy is probably better spent like playing Spider-Man 2 or something. All right, this one is for you. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and get some water while you read this one.
Guys, thank you so much for having me. My mom just texted me, so I need to give her a call back. But
well, you take care.
You don't have to lie. You can just say you're sick and tired of us and you want to leave.
No, I swear to God. My mom had some scans today. I started my platform.
Oh, my mom just texted me. Oh, I gotta go.
I swear to God. I swear my mom has cancer. Sometimes she needs.
Oh no! Don't tell. No, I'm sorry.
no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
You just had to. You just had to make me feel bad, didn't you?
There's no way you could have known. But yeah, sometimes she does text me and she's like, I need to talk. And I'm like, okay, mom.
Oh, I hope
had
she
a
feels
couple of
better.
scams. Oh, thank you. She had a couple of scams. She's actually why I started my platform. She made me realize how messed up the system is. So not her, but getting her treatment did. But thank you so much for having me, guys. I really appreciate it. It means a ton. Mike,
Thank you. Let people know where they could find you.
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
Yeah, of course. I can I'll put in. I've been really struggling with my YouTube channel, so I would really appreciate it if y'all could subscribe to my YouTube channel. I can't figure out the YouTube algo. It's just
We'll give you some pointers behind the scenes. I'll help you with that.
Can you please, Mike? I was
Absolutely.
actually thinking about DMing you and like offering you $100 for like a
Oh my God, no.
30-second like advice thing. But I think as a news creator, like it's so hard on YouTube, and I just have not been. I'm not good at clickbait either. So
Your content is good. I think that if you put out like smaller clips, and you kind of like present it a certain way, the algo will start to love you. I've been telling Matt the same thing. We'll talk offline and we'll boost you up in there.
I bought Mike's services. The reason he said, "Oh no, it's your $100," because he charges $500 per hour. So that was just way too low for him.
I would literally pay $500 an hour. Like I'm desperate
God.
at this point. I need help with YouTube. Like I've gotten every single algo other than YouTube. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, YouTube. So I'm going to ping you in the sidelines. So you guys can definitely follow me on YouTube. And then I have a TikTok account as well and an Instagram account. So I'm going to be linking that in the chat too. Whatever you guys feel comfortable with. I do I upload every single day. I'm really specialized in short form video. So that's what I do mainly, but I would love
Are you on TikTok?
I am, yeah.
Do you have a lot of followers on TikTok?
I have around 150,000.
That's incredible.
What? Or maybe there could be an exchange between. How many do you have, Mike?
Oh God, I don't even think I have. I think I have like 9,000-10,000.
So maybe you teach Mike how to win over on TikTok.
I would love to. Yeah, I would
there
love
we go.
to.
And then Mike teaches you how to win over on YouTube.
Yeah, I would love to.
You see, we got this nice little comment about you.
Oh, Ariana, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really had so much fun being here. But Mike, this is what I do. Like, obviously, I wouldn't charge you anything, but just so you know, I've actually
charge Mike, make him pay.
I would never. Oh my God, he's literally my idol. I would never. But like, I do have like clients in the political realm that want to learn how to do TikTok, and like, and I'm the one that teaches them, and I'm in like puppeteering in the background. So
amazing.
It's literally what I specialize in. So I would love to teach you. I just cannot figure out YouTube. Like YouTube is the bane of my existence.
We'll crush YouTube. How many subs do you have right now?
I have 2,600.
We'll crush that. Everyone go subscribe right now to give her a boost, and then we'll crush it. We'll get you to 10K.
Yeah, oh my God, I would love that. I literally went to VidCon and I was so embarrassed because everyone was like, I have 1 million, I have 500,000. I was like, I have 2K. But
it's like a pissing contest. It honestly
it really is. It's
sub
so
counts don't matter
weird.
nowadays because there are a lot of channels who don't have a lot of subs but get a lot of views. So it's all about quality of content these days.
Right. And there's channels like Mike's who have tons of subs, but no one watches this shit. Let's move on.
My chat does. But thank you so much for having me. And
yes,
I
you
will
take
DM
care.
you tomorrow. If that's okay. Okay, cool.
Yes, and we'll see you soon.
Awesome, Matt. It's so nice meeting you in person. I still remember your beef with Elon. That's like my first impression of you. So nice to finally meet you in person.
Oh, no problem. I actually remember you because I remember back in like years ago, I had there was like a episode where I had like a bunch of people watching me on Twitch, and I rated you, and like you at the time like you were just starting or something, so you didn't have that many, and like I remember you freaking out about how many people went into your Twitch video, so it made me feel good. I like helping. I like making people happy, especially good people, and you are a good person.
You felt important. I really appreciate it. I'm just gonna throw my Twitch in there too, in case you guys want to see me live stream, because I do live stream every single day too. But so nice meeting you guys. Thank you so much for having me. I would love to come back. Just let me know. Shoot me a DM. I will be here, ready to go. And have a great night, guys. Happy Halloween. And
yeah,
thank
you
so much
too.
for watching me, everyone. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thanks for
take
having
care.
me. Have a good one, guys.
Okay, so I have the most caught up one, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I think the next two are yours.
Someone just said, "Get her digits, Matt." Oh my god, I was just. All I said was, "You're a good person," and it made me feel good to see you happy that you got all those people watching your video. Didn't realize I was sounding thirsty or something.
That did not sound thirsty. The person who wrote that is probably sounding.
I got 2 kids. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I was single, Gen Zers would cancel me because of what I'm assuming is a rather large age gap between me and Ariana. I'm a lot older than people think I am, honestly.
You're not that old, though. Okay, I'll be right back. The next two are yours, so.
All right, cool. Oh my god, I lost my place, so I don't even know where I am. Give me a second. Oh, here it is. This one is not for me. What is This one's not for me. What is he talking about? We'll have to come back to this one, because this one's from Mike, I think. Foresto with a super chat. The problem with electing someone who's been pro-apartheid adjacent his entire political career is that now, the problem with electing someone who's been pro-apartheid adjacent his entire political career is that now he can't navigate the humanity of Palestine. Right, you're talking about Biden. Yes, well put. Bay Photo with a super chat. Dems aren't thinking about how their actions will influence voters in 2024. And instead, they're running on "at least we're not Trump" for the 3rd time. Yeah, and this time Trump's not in power, so it's going to mean a lot less, honestly. It's not going to have the same gusto they think it's going to have. Let's go to the next one then. Oh my god, these are all for Mike. I can't find. I'm looking for the one that's for me. There we go. Ace Area 51 with a super chat. $6. What's MYR? What is that? Is that I don't even know. Malaysian ringgit. That's awesome. We got a Malaysian fan in the house. Ian Miles Chung, is that you in disguise? No, I'm joking. Only 8 U.S. states has a budget more than 100 billion. I would have to look that up. I mean, I think people would be maybe if you're not in the U.S. might be surprised that there's only a few states that have a ton of people. The others, like most of the states, are rather sparsely populated.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, it's like, New York, Florida, Texas, California, and a handful of other states. And then there's a bunch of states with like 6 digits to low 7 digits living there.
Yeah. Okay, so we're back to me, Bayphoto with $4.99. Thank you, Bayphoto. Always nice to hear from you. Dems aren't thinking about how their actions will influence voters in 2024. Instead, they're running on "at least we're not Trump" for a 3rd time. Honestly, yeah. We saw this one, Park Road.
Wait, hold on. There was someone we went past because it was for you. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
This one's for you.
Oh, is it?
It wasn't for me. Maybe it
Oh.
was for David. I don't, and he read it already. I don't remember. I don't. He did it so long ago. I don't remember what.
Yeah.
What it is.
Yeah, I think it's for David because I'm not seeing it. Oh no, this was for David. I do remember this one now because remember we talked about Vosh being on episode 0. Okay, so we saw this one. Ariana is so good, wonderful guest. Thank you so much, Parker. And then let's see. Oh my god, I missed. Hang on, I'm trying to find where I was. Okay. Infinite content. Here we are. $5 super chat. FYI, Jews have lived in Palestine well before Israel. The Caliphate and Ottoman Empire were refuges when Euro nations expelled Jews for centuries. Yeah, I'm reading Rashid Khalidi's book, and he talks about that. He kind of talks about like the pre-Israel Palestine area. And yeah, there were Jewish people that lived in Palestine and all over the Mideast. I don't think any of us were implying that wasn't the case. Logic 5 Zozo 4.99. I believe this
Damn, you're on fire tonight, Mike.
I
You're just getting super chat after super chat.
I know. I don't get it.
How much you say you make back there? What's your chat revenue?
Let's see.
Oh, you're actually gonna share it. Okay, go ahead.
We got. Where do I see it? Where do I find it?
In the back end, that live stream studio that I told you about. You don't actually have to share it. I was joking, but if you want to.
I made $227.80.
Damn, you're on fire.
Minus,
let's keep going.
Minus though a third for YouTube and taxes, but that's a lot of money. I really appreciate it, everyone. You're all so kind. That's crazy. Tip the creators family. Anything helps. Thank you so much. You all are so kind. This is probably like I don't know why, but randomly this is like one of the best super chat nights for me. I never get this many. Thank you all. So kind. Another one. Oh my god, it's crazy.
People just giving Mike money tonight, but
What
Mike
the hell?
deserves it. Mike's good.
Yeah. What did I
Mike's
do? Thank you all. Lily Anderson, $13.99 Canadian. Can I just say it's so refreshing to have a third of LM Leftist Mafia women. Love all you guys. Thanks for lighting the mood a little. Yeah, absolutely. This we always.
I'll be right back. I need to stretch for a second. My legs are falling asleep.
Yeah, go ahead. Maui with $20. Thank you, Maui. That's a huge super chat. Thank you. Speaking of the U.S. meddling in other countries' affairs, I posted a thread on X about Uganda anti-gay law, which includes the death penalty for gay acts and how Republicans lobbied Uganda to write it. At Inky Octopus. Yeah, we have done a lot of meddling with regard to LGBTQ issues. We've exported our bigotry. I'm going to follow you on Threads. Oh, it did not make me log in, so maybe I'll go on Threads more often. It was Inky Octopus. Okay, hang on. I misspelled octopus in the most ridiculous way. Okay, it's not coming up for me. Hang on. Let me try one more time. I'm not finding you. I'll just leave that in my search bar and keep searching, Maui. But I'll try to make sure I can follow you. James Bishop with $10. Thank you. One of the army generals during the Revolutionary War for America was a gay man, and he turned the tide of the war for America against the British. There would be no America without the LGBTQ family. I actually did not know that, but that's really interesting. Thank you. Yes, gays we are alphas, so that makes sense. Let's see here. It's not showing up on here, but there's a chat from Dom. Oh, here it is. It's just further down the road. Okay. It's just a blank chat though. Okay, I'm skipping past the John the Baptist stupidity.
That was for you?
So this one, is this for you or me?
No,
I'm trying to find it.
Those ones you skipped over, who was that for?
They were for David Dole. It was the John the Baptist one.
Makes sense. It's the audience he cultivates.
Sorry, I'm trying to balance like the chat that I see in StreamYard and like behind the scenes, so I'm a little bit discombobulated, but I think this one is you.
It's not.
Is this David then? I'm not sure. Well, I'll just read it though. Mr. Houston, $5. It's annoying having to deal with the apathy about Palestinian people after dealing with the apathy about trans and black people for years prior. Yeah, that's perfectly said. It's exhausting, constantly, and we never learn our lesson. Venetia David, is this for you? It's a super sticker.
Oh, that is for me. Yes. Whoa, 20 British pounds. Oh my God. That's more than 20 US dollars, isn't it?
Is it?
My, I think so.
Oh, I couldn't say.
It's like almost it's like $24.25. My God.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Venetia. That's too kind. And just a super sticker too, not even a comment to read. And of course, because StreamYard can't grab the sticker from the API, the YouTube API.
Yeah.
We don't even get this. I get to see the sticker on. I see the sticker on my.
Describe it for us. I bet it's amazing.
Okay, it's a pear person, like a pear with eyeballs and a mouth, staring at a mirror with hearts coming out of its head, and it says, "Thanks for being you." Aw, that's so nice. Thank you, Venetia.
I love Venetia. Okay, I don't see a message here, Dom, but it just says $2. Thank you so much. Dom just became a mod because I saw him battling with a troll, so I granted him level 99 power and immunity to the troll. So if you... Oh, I see one below as well, Dom. I'm not sure what's happening, but if you have a message, then just send it. You don't have to super chat it. We have Dear Devil, member for 3 months. We have 0PE. I think this is for you, I want to say. Or no, this is for you. Because I have one from 0PE too.
0PE for me, yep. I really appreciated your passion tonight on this issue, Binder. I appreciate you for appreciating me. No, but for real, I mean, it really, it's really, it really affects me, this one. I mean, all the issues I talk about really affect me. But, like, for the vast majority of the issues that we talk about, there's not this, like, it's not like the rest of the world is looking at you like you're the crazy one. You know what I mean? Like, there's solidarity from a large cohort somewhere for whatever issue that may be. And we're getting, it's better than it's been before. I mean, it was really lonely before. I could only imagine what it must have felt like to be pro-Palestinian activist. Just, geez, 20 years ago. I mean, I think of Rachel Corrie a lot. The woman who went over in the early 2000s. She's like in her 20s, early 20s, to protest the demolishing of Palestinian homes. And they ran her over with a bulldozer or an excavator or whatever it was, and literally crushing her and killing her. American citizen. Our government didn't do anything about it. We just let her die. Didn't hold anyone accountable. And then the people here just mocked her. Liberals here mocked her. The meme was calling her Rachel Corrie Pancake. There's photos still to this day of right-wing Israelis having a Rachel Corrie pancake day and literally posting photos of them making pancakes and creating faces on it that's supposed to be her, like literally mocking her death in the most abhorrent way possible. And then you see the signs. They probably don't exist anymore after the bombardments here, but there's photos of street art in Gaza where they view her as a hero. Like they're like there's photos you could find of street art, like in her remembrance, like memorials for her from the people who live there in Gaza. I mean, I could only imagine like what her family probably had to go through. We can never understand. Which I mean,
yeah, it's bad enough when like you see an injustice happening that's not being corrected, but when everyone's like cool with it or apathetic, you know.
And this is how bad it was for someone supporting the Palestinians 20 years ago. Not even talking about how much worse it obviously is for actual Palestinians living in the occupied territories.
Yeah. I believe this is you.
Awesome Possum with a super chat. Has anyone here watched Killers of the Flower Moon? If so, thoughts? I really want to see it. I've heard great things. I've also heard great criticism, which actually makes me want to see the movie even more because the criticism is coming from people that Martin Scorsese hired to basically provide consultation for the movie, like Osage members and activists. And their criticism is not like this movie sucks. Their criticism is it's a great movie, but it's not for the Osage people. It's from the perspective of someone who is not the Osage. Like the Osage play a role in the movie, but it's not through their eyes.
And there was also a criticism of like a little bit of whitewashing with Leonardo DiCaprio's character, where in the movie he apparently is portrayed as like being in love with his wife, but people are saying like, how can you be in love with someone if you married them to kill them? Like it seems like you're kind of whitewashing that. Yeah, I've seen the one thing, like it looks like I want to see it, but the 3.5 hour runtime is a huge turnoff for me because that is a long fucking movie. And if I watch it, I'll have to watch it over like 3 days. That's just so long. But yeah, it does look interesting.
Oh, I want to see it in the movie theaters. I'm not gonna watch it over 3 days or whatever it is. I gotta see it. I
can't.
How long is this one?
It's 3.5 hours.
All right. I mean, I watched The Irishman. I can't. It's not longer than that.
I watched The Irishman and I wanted to Minecraft myself. It was so boring. So
really?
long.
Really?
Oh, I was bored out of my.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Just by the end, I'm like, oh my god, hurry up and die! Like I
Are you
kind of want to see.
I wanted more. I didn't think it was.
I was so bored.
Oh wait, The Irishman was only 3.5 hours too. I thought for some reason it was longer, but still, I wanted more. I thought it was great.
Oh, I honestly, I was offended that they like wasted my time. Like it's an insult. Like, how dare you use my time like that? Fuck you. I was I hated it.
Martin Scorsese can't make a bad movie. He's probably he's probably the greatest living director.
Did he do The Irishman too?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Martin, you make good movies generally, but Jesus Christ.
Well, all his movies
you could
long.
edit. Trim it down.
No.
You gotta cut an hour out of that movie.
Martin, your movies are too short. I need an extra hour.
I don't have time.
I mean, he's undefeated. He's fantastic. Goodfellas, Casino. What else? Wolf of Wall Street, Taxi Driver, Raging Bull. I mean, dude's undefeated. Shutter Island. Maybe he fucked up there. Shutter Island.
I've never seen it.
Wasn't so great.
Dom Richardson, $2. Ariana is gorgeous. Where's my Persian princess? You will have your Persian princess as well someday. Dom is Persian as well, for those who don't know. Dom is is my buddy. He's in the our Patreon chats probably every single month for years. So it's nice to see you, Dom. Okay, so we have this one. Okay, so yeah, Zero PE sent me one as well. Thank you, Zero PE, $4.99. Thanks for being principled as always, Mike. Your solidarity is priceless and much appreciated. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that, Zero PE. Thank you as well. We have Oregonian Bomb with $10. Thank you, Oregonian. I have 5 emotes done, and thanks to your chat, there's still some neat ideas. I'm going to draw out any specific requests. Also, Match Chat has some great ideas, so I'm starting those. I don't have any good ideas, actually. That's so cool that you made 5. That's amazing. I'm like the least creative person ever, so I always tell people who are creative to just like have at it, because I would just like restrain your creativity. Like that's what I told my tattoo artist. I'm like, I want some alien shit, just put whatever on my arm. And that's what you've got to do for artists. So I will give you that same liberty too. Thank you though. Okay, so we have Nietzsche B. Thank you for saying how to pronounce that. Nietzsche B, Cult of Dusty, Invite, ASAP, Good Lefty, Bold Man. Yeah, I've been wanting to bring him on for a while too. We do there, as we always say, like there's so many lefties that we want to bring on the show at some point. It's just a matter of us like inviting them, and to some extent, we're all a little bit like awkward or shy about reaching out. But yeah, we do need to do that. I will prioritize Crystal and Kyle, because I've been telling you all that I was gonna do that. So, but yeah, I would love to get on Dusty. Dana Ahmad, $1.99, 3 heart emojis. Thank you so much. Back to you. We have Tokyo Hans.
What happened to the news, says Tokyo Hans? It's so bleak. Where did the water skiing squirrels go? I mean, yeah, it's definitely gotten these past couple of weeks been really, really rough.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not as, we're taking it in safely over here. So I don't want to indulge on how tough it is to watch the news. I mean, we're not, at least we aren't the news like the people in Gaza.
Yeah, well said.
Like it's been really hard for me to pay attention to anything else, honestly.
Same.
Like
yeah.
I really don't think anything else rises to the same importance, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously that mass shooting in Maine, I turned my attention to that last night. Even though I fell asleep and then I woke up and saw, so I was, didn't have much time to catch up. But like, even today, like I haven't been like, obviously, following exactly. I know he's still on the run, right? They haven't found the guy.
As far as I know. Yeah, it's hard because we're living through like a major moment in world history right now, and we know that. So it's hard to like put yourself out of this moment. Like it's so heavy, it weighs on you,
Yeah, I just don't think anything else. I don't care about the speaker race. I don't care about any sort of bullshit that's happening in Congress that doesn't have to do with this. It just doesn't seem as important. It just nothing does right now, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's gonna get a lot worse. They haven't even gone in yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen, but I have no hope.
I mean, this is worse than it's ever been. Like, I don't think people quite like Gaza may be no more after this. Like, we've already seen reports about how there was like a strategy going. One of the strategies going around for Israel was that this is a unique opportunity to drive the Palestinians out of Gaza once and for all.
Mm-hmm. It's already been worse than 2014, Operation Protective Edge, and that was extremely bloody. So many civilian casualties, thousands. And so the fact that it's already worse than that, to my knowledge at least, I assume, if I'm remembering the numbers correctly, and like we haven't even gotten to the ground invasion part. It's just it's so horrifying to think about. Is this for you? I believe it's for you.
No, it's not. No.
Oh, it's for David then. John the Baptist chiming in. A different opinion doesn't mean it is crazy. It just means it is different. True, but you were just wrong, John.
I don't know what was referencing. Oh, John. He was.
Yeah, he sent in a bunch of weird.
Well, might as well read them. I mean, he paid for them, right? Might as well.
Oh, we already did with David.
Oh, we did. Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
David left like. As far as I know, we just watched Killer of the Flowers. And David left at the beginning of the movie.
We're on the third hour, so our memory is going to start to, So, yeah, John, you have a wrong opinion. So, that's why. So, get good at having better opinions.
Demian Johnston with a super chat. Matt, best current grindcore band. Never really was into grindcore, so I don't really follow, honestly. I actually, I don't know if people, I again maybe, but I don't. There are exceptions, but and I'm not against the genre, but it's just not my favorite. I tend to like hard but melodic, and grindcore is anything but melodic. I like, hardcore bands where you sing along and stuff like that.
A Day in Forever. Ariana's one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen. Yes, we love our queens. They're indeed beautiful. Ariana too. Fellas, let's not go overboard on the thirst and scare away the females on the show though. So
Rebecca's about to DM us and saying, guys, I love you so much, but I'm looking at these super chats and I'm out of here. I'm done.
But yes. Beautiful people all around. Is this? Yes. Hey, Ari. So happy you finally get to be a guest. Oh, I wish that I would have shown this to her.
Wait, the grindcore super chat wasn't even for me.
Who was it for?
I guess you.
I assumed it was. No, it was for David then. I assumed it was for you. Well, you would have answered anyway because I don't know anything. I don't know what grindcore is. Is that like an underground hump, like dry humping, like?
No, it's a type of like it's like a mix of like metal and like a hardcore, but like it's very like fast and thrashy. It's
like
not
metal and titanium or like different material. No, I'm just kidding.
No. I mean, there's to answer that person's question, there's a few bands, grindcore bands I do like Napalm Death. But like, there's not many.
Just
but I say Napalm Death, right?
Oh, here we go. Okay. Jason P, $5. Thank you, Jason. Sending this only because I appreciate the sense of community you guys foster every Thursday. That is all. Well, I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you. I think this is for you.
Yes, that is. Parker with a super chat. Hashtag boycott the cheese. Hashtag rise up. I mean, I don't like cheese to begin with, so I would boycott any type of cheese. Doesn't have to be from any particular region.
I like cheese.
Would you argue that your taste for cheese is a good reason to not boycott cheese that's displacing people?
No. I mean, there's a trillion different cheese brands. You could just find another one. They all taste the same.
Right. Yeah. I gotta watch that video. That's wild. I have no reason to not believe Kowalski, but again, I need to see it for myself.
I'll check it out too. I'm trying to avoid things that make my blood pressure rise, especially lately. So I might need to not watch it. Zeitwise with 249 euros. How much Saudi money to wrestle Binder at Crown Jewels? Is this a question for me? Because I would not want to wrestle Binder.
Oh no, I would absolutely. If I was with the WWE, I would absolutely take the Saudi money and wrestle at Crown Jewel. And then I just take that money and donate it to a good cause that would be everything that, would be against what the Saudi. I'm pretty sure that's what Sami Zayn did when he was he's Syrian, so he wasn't allowed to actually even go there till recently. And I'm pretty sure he did it, took the money and donated it directly to like a Syrian charity. So I would take the money and donate it all. It's money out of the Saudi family. Away, I think.
I totally misunderstood that question.
No, there's okay. So there's
if I would wrestle you. I would say no. You take wrestling classes. You'd whoop my ass.
Okay, so there's a few. So WWE basically signed this huge deal with Saudi Arabia, where they get paid like tens of millions of dollars for every show, and they do a show there like 3 or 4 times a year. And it was part of the whole their whole campaign to launder the Saudi image. To soften it for the rest of the world. Same thing like with them buying that golf company, like PGA Tour. But so there's been this discussion online between wrestling fans about the supporting that and should people take part in that. They pay a lot of money to some of the wrestlers to see them. Like wrestlers have come out of retirement just to get that paycheck for the Saudi event.
Jesus.
It's a lot of money for one night. I would absolutely take that money and donate every dollar of it to a cause that is worthy.
All right. Dana Ahmad, $9.99. Thank you, Dana. Hi, Ariana. Oh, man, another one I wish I would have shared with Ariana. You're amazing. Which side is in another decade, do you think will be more influential? The liberals who are extremely pro-Israel, such as Fetterman, or the far-right politicians? Oh, this is a good question. I would have loved to have her feedback on. I personally, if I had to answer, I think that because of the way that the generations are currently and how younger people are not like a fan of this type of sentiment, I would say neither of them. I think that both liberals and the far right on this issue are going to be really on the wrong side. They're going to realize they're on the wrong side of history, I think, relatively soon, especially given the sudden shift lately. Does that mean that it's going to change anything? I'm not sure. But in terms of just like overall sentiment.
This is not a super chat, but Black Mesa Research on YouTube says Leftist Mafia Saudi live show confirmed.
It might be a problem for some of us, though.
Right. Yeah, the Leftist Mafia Saudi live show starring Matt Binder and literally none of the other hosts.
Well, I don't know, though. I don't know. You're Jewish. They might not, you know what I mean?
That is true. That is true.
So none of us might not necessarily. That's a tough one. We'll make it work.
Right.
We'll sneak
Leftist Mafia live in Saudi, featuring the entire Leftist Mafia via Zoom call.
I think this is you.
Spasticus with a $10 super chat. Hold on, before I get happy about that $10, I want to make sure it's for me. Yes, it is for me. With a $10 super chat. Thank you for tonight, everyone, including chat. My daughter and ex-wife, plus many friends, are sheltering in place in... Honestly, I read ME, and I was like, oh, you're in the Middle East? And then I realized you're saying Maine. Because I think sheltering in place...
Yeah.
And I automatically thought Middle East. Yeah, that's wild. My daughter and ex-wife, plus many friends, are sheltering in place in Maine. I needed an escape. Plus, with Gaza and West Bank talk, good to be reminded how privileged, I'm guessing privileged we are. Yeah, but also I hope your family and your friends are all fine. I think it's important to obviously realize how lucky we are in some ways, but I also think I'm not one of those people who is like, oh, you think you have it bad? Check out how bad people everyone. Right. Everyone deals with stuff, and everyone's issues and problems and what they're going through is completely valid. The idea of privilege is just understanding that there are people who are going through worse. That doesn't, and that's not meant to demean what you're going through, because I mean, obviously, you know, it's bad too.
Yeah, well said. Mariano Rivera, $10. Thank you, Mariano. Joy Behar should face more outrage for what she said. Whoopi was suspended for saying the Holocaust was white-on-white crime. Mind you, The View was called the most important political show by the New York Times.
What did Joy say again?
She was, I don't know what she said in particular, but she attacked Rashida Tlaib in a very, very despicable way. They don't have a clip on their channel, but I know that Mediaite did share something. Let me see if I could pull up the clip on X so we can watch it really quick. Okay, so this is from Republicans Against Trump. They've been very, very bad on this issue as well.
Oh, of course, everyone, all these.
They're Republicans.
All these people are bad on, but you know what? We can't even say that for this one. It's
right.
Not like Democrats and Republicans are lock in step here against the Palestinians.
Okay, let's see.
It's right, left, center. I've called it out what's on the right, so I'm going to call it out when it's on the left. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, they have dabbled in dangerous anti-Semitism at a time where I think of the young people.
Rashid will not admit that attack on the hospital came from Hamas. They have video showing it, but she goes out there and lies like Trump.
It's right, left, center.
Oh my God. She's lying. It's not. Okay, Rashida Tlaib was wrong for saying who it was straight up right away. But Joy's not doing the same thing. And we still don't know. There's literally New York Times and Washington Post articles coming out this day.
Washington Post too?
Parsing, they just came out with one too. Yeah. Parsing what happened and they still say they don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just for her to go, Rashid, and they call it the two Muslim women. I don't think they realize how bad that looks, but they don't give a shit.
And you know listen, I'm no fan of, obviously I don't go out of my way to defend legacy media and mainstream media, but the attacks we're seeing on these media outlets for reporting in a way that was could it have been slightly different? Were there some errors made? In some ways, I think so. They came out and even said they fixed some of their, they put out a statement regarding their reporting. The New York Times did. But like, they were clear that this is what they were getting was Palestinians say this. Israel says this. We have no way of verifying either because this is a fog of war situation. Things are happening in real time. We do not have reporters on the ground because they can't get in there. Mm-hmm. MSNBC did that. I don't know about the other cable news shows. MSNBC did that, though. New York Times did that. Many other outlets did that. Their headlines probably were the issue where they went wrong in certain instances, but the overall reporting made it quite clear what the sourcing was. Mm-hmm. People don't know. People have very bad media literacy. And I understand that's a problem. And I understand that media outlets need to, obviously correct for that, in order to make sure that the readers are understanding what they're seeing. But the sourcing in those, reports were quite clear what was going on. I'll agree that the headlines should have been better and more accurate because a lot of people just read the headlines. But the overall reporting was crystal clear. And they're continuing to do very good, careful work. Mm-hmm. And that's what all these outlets have been doing for the most part. People are the ones jumping to conclusion here in terms of, it was this, it was that, based on their misreadings of the reports. I went back and I read through all this. Like, listen, I'm the first to call out these media companies when they do wrong. But in terms of on the ground, what happened, I know MSNBC and the New York Times specifically were rather careful in their overall reporting.
Well, and the reason why they just think definitively that it wasn't Israel is because Biden said so. It's like he said the word of gospel, and everyone has to accept it now because that's what U.S. intelligence says. But he already fucked up by parroting the beheaded babies claim. He lied. On top of that, U.S. intelligence has lied us into the Iraq War. Remember WMDs? So just to like take that as, oh, that's it. That's the end. No more questioning it. If you don't adopt this narrative, you're in the wrong. I think that's so fucked up. Like she can look like she's not even saying, hey, will you reevaluate what you're saying? She like Joy there was saying, you won't take it back. Like, what do you mean take, like, again, like what you're asking her to do, as you said, you're not doing yourself.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Zachary Thomas, $5. Globalists should stop telling the USA what to do. I pay attention, Mike. I know you're probably joking, but globalist is a anti-Semitic dog whistle, and you definitely want to avoid using that. Just FYI. I know you're probably memeing, and maybe you didn't know that, but just try to avoid that for sure. I think this is for you.
The Matt Mercy says, sorry, thought someone asked for more bands. No, that's good. No, I'm happy you shared those. That was good.
Yeah, I think
yep.
this is for you too.
No white, is it no white party tonight or no YouTube party tonight or YT party tonight? I have no idea.
YouTube, I would imagine.
I mean, that's also a short term for white. No regard for the lives and dignity of innocent Palestinian civilians is anti-Semitism. All right. I mean, Palestinian people are Semitic too.
Yeah.
Balthazar 228 with a super chat. Did you guys catch the Israeli Twitter missing children picture with expired milk from 2 years ago? I saw that. I think this is not one to waste time on. They were clearly just trying to create a missing person, like what they view as like the classic missing person image for Americans, what they think that is. And it's the milk carton. And they obviously just looked for like a milk carton stock photo. That's all that was. And so the stock photo they found just happened to have the expiration date from. I don't think they were even trying to claim that those were actual things that were printed up and being distributed. So don't. I think everyone's people who were trying to point that out, I think they're looking into the wrong thing. They just took stock photos and put the images of people missing on them. It's not. There's no got you here. It's a bad meme, but it's not like the other ones. It's not like the thing I showed you guys where it's a straight up lie.
I believe this is for you.
Sultan of the Balds with a $2.99 super chat, and it says message retracted. So I don't know what you said.
Oh,
I bet it wasn't good. No, I don't know why you retracted it, but okay.
They said fuck you, and then they had a change of heart. Also for you.
Jay Cash with a super chat. Sorry I'm late. Did I miss the Leftist Mafia group orgy? No, that's happening in wait, this isn't for me actually. You didn't. Where that's part of our live Saudi show.
That's for Patreons who attend the Saudi Arabian show.
Balthazar 228 with a super chat. Can I be chief undersecretary of hors d'oeuvres? When's my Matt and Mike plushies? I do want to make the plushies.
That would be cool.
Is this for me too? Oh wow, people really.
Yeah, there's quite a bit for you actually.
Really, people caught me up here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Coyote with a super chat. Have you guys thought of inviting Emma Vigland to an episode of Leftist Mafia? Why would I do that? That's ridiculous. I'm not having
we don't want her
Emma
here
on the show. It's ridiculous. Of course, Emma's gonna come on.
She was on.
Oh yeah, she was on. Right. I totally forgot she was on. Well, we're gonna have her on again too. We're gonna have her on again too.
As much as we could get Emma on, we're gonna do that. We love Emma here.
Yeah, she was so riveting. I forgot it. She was.
Oh damn! I enjoyed talking to Emma. You get to talk to her every Thursday. I'm
with Emma every week. I'm joking. Emma's great. No, I really think she's fantastic. I'm a big fan of Emma.
I honestly think she's probably like one of the best in this space. She's amazing.
It's an honor to be on with her every week. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm good with a super chat. I got you, Matt. Thank you. Sultan of the Balds with a $2.99 super chat. Ask Ariana what her favorite Persian dish is. I'm interested. I love all food, really. I'm a big fan of food in general.
Yes, I can relate.
Pluvius with a super chat. The best video illustrating the discourse in Israel is the video of the rabbis trying to protect Palestinian flags and the IDF doing what cops do. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I don't know if this is the same video I'm thinking of. No, I shouldn't. I did not see what they're referring to. The video that I have did not contain cops, but there's a really good video online of like rabbis marching like linked arms with Palestinians and stuff, and it's very, very nice to see.
Not for me. Oh wait,
no?
It is for me. I'm sorry. Duke of Bread with a super chat. This dono is for beefing with Pacman. His feckless liberalism can't stand up to fascism, Prager debate, and his anti-socialism is annoying. Good lad. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to make it clear though. The beef that you should be donating for is the upcoming one when we have him on and we talk about this issue. I really don't want to continue on with the one that I brought up today, especially now that it's out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you going to invite him on?
I mean, you guys could.
I think you're the only one with the contact.
I thought you guys all knew him.
No, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure he unfollowed me years ago. I have my own potential, maybe misconstrued beef. That's one-sided. I think he hates me. I'm not sure. No, I don't have a good reason to think that. I'm not sure. I've told the story before where I was supposed to fill in for him for his show. And I assumed that it was like for an upcoming date. So it wasn't, so I couldn't. So I kind of left him hanging, and Farron Cousins had to fill in. And I felt really bad about it. After that, he unfollowed me, and I thought it was because of that, but maybe not. Maybe he was never following me, and I just misconstrued it or misremembered it. I'm not sure though. But I have a lot of disagreements with Pacman on policy, but I have no ill will towards David Pacman. I think a lot of his content, especially during the COVID days, kept me sane, like his COVID weekly reports and stuff. So I would like to talk to Pacman. Here we go. Got another one for you. We got a lot for you actually coming up.
Nancy Drew with a super chat. Matt is for real the hot one. That hair love. Oh, I thank you. I appreciate it. I would say I'm probably the hottest member of Leftist Mafia. It makes sense.
I feel like we're all very, very, we're all 10s, right?
Yeah. I mean, we all have we all, let's put it this way. We all provide for people's various interests.
Right.
You have David Dole with the conventional good looks. You have Mike for our wonderful gay audience.
Oh,
you have
what is your type of guy? Oh, you have... gay.
Hey, we only got, as far as I know, we only got one straight up. I know that we got plenty of bi people on this show, but we only got one straight up gay guy. So you gotta basically handle all the gays, all right? You gotta take care.
Carrying it.
You gotta take care of the bears, the twinks. You gotta hold them all. You got work to do, buddy. You got work to do, all right?
It's a difficult burden to bear.
You got Lance, people who want the people who want hairless, I guess.
The 90s heartthrob, Lance.
This guy, no, he's completely. He doesn't even have stubble. He's just.
But he looks like Brendan Fraser, so it's the 90s heartthrob, like 90s, and then we've got the new school with David, and you're like the bad boy.
I
who
appreciate
wears
that.
black,
Yeah.
And Rebecca's just our god.
And we got Rebecca for all the straight men in the audience.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
she has a burden to carry, much like you.
Yes, it's difficult. I think this is you also. You got quite a bit coming up.
Oh, I guess mentioning it is a big help. I'm going to talk about it all the time. I'm going to say it right now. Didn't get a lot of super chats. No, I'm joking. At this point, I think I got enough. Mike Thompson with a super chat. I was born in 1980. Can we get an honorary millennial status? 1980 is a rough one. Is that the cutoff? Is Gen X 1980 as well? I think you're right though. I think
it's 1985. I want to say is the cutoff.
No, I think millennial is like 1981. Honestly.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's very close.
Mike, I think that you should be granted honorary millennial.
It's 81 to 96, right? So you're at the tail end of Gen X. That's right.
Yeah, you're so close. You're close enough.
I don't know. It depends. I'm assuming if you're watching the show, you got millennial spirit.
Yeah, for sure. I'm like mid-millennial. Like I'm middle of the road. Not a young millennial, not an old millennial. I'm a millennial.
Yeah, we'll accept you.
We will.
We accept him. One of us. J Cass with a super chat. I condemn hummus. Yuck. I'm not a big fan of hummus, but I'm not going to condemn it.
I love hummus.
Bruno, oh my god, Sykes-Wachowski. I hate messing up people's names. I'm so sorry. What is R? Is that what currency is R?
Rubles?
I don't think so.
No,
because rubles has a logo.
Oh right. Oh, then
I think it's
know.
South African rand.
Oh shit! I would not have guessed that.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Bruno, I will support leftist mafia's stance on the elderly. What is our stance on the elderly?
We're pro
because of the generation stuff. I was pretty anti-elderly. Hey, old people are good, are great. In fact, the generation older than boomers was much better than the boomer generation. So let's just get that out of the way. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
Although they did raise the boomer generation. So Evan Christensen. Evan Christensen with the super chat. Although maybe it was the generation before. No, they were probably having kids young enough where it was the generation after them. Because nowadays the parents aren't usually the kids to the generation after them. They're usually kids to the kids to the generation after the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
Like my kids are not Gen Z.
You're Alpha, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is Alpha right now? Is that just everybody right now? Is there nothing after that?
I don't know, honestly. So does that mean that after Alpha, there's going to be Beta? There's going to be a generation of Betas?
Early 2010s to early to mid 2020s. They haven't given it an exact. I think it's still going.
Oh, okay.
So they haven't put an end on it yet. Yeah, my kids are both Alpha, and they're going to be late Alpha too. Oh, my son's mid Alpha. Is this for me? I think so.
I think so.
Evan Christensen, my dad is a Jewish convert about 28 years ago and is really difficult to discuss Palestine. Suggestions? I mean, he's a Jewish convert 28 years ago. So he's going to claim that because he converted to Judaism 28 years ago, he has better claim to that land than the Palestinian people. Like, that's sort of like I don't think it should be that hard to talk with a convert, but maybe it is harder because I'm guessing they weren't born into it, so they had to outright choose to be it. Mm-hmm. So maybe in some ways it is harder to talk with them. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's tough because there's no like blanket solution. Different people respond to different things.
I mean, I know plenty of people who say their Judaism is the reason why they are pro-Palestinian. Like,
I've seen that a lot.
The way they were brought up, what they know about Judaism, what they've. I mean, that's certainly what I would bring up. I mean, listen, I don't know any like the idea we could even talk about what we do now going forward to like solve this. It just seems so. Like, we're not even talking in the realm of possibility right now, because clearly there's no one trying to do that right now. And I know there are people who think that a one-state solution is impossible. I know there are people who say two-state solution is possible. I don't have the answers here. I see, positives, pluses and minuses in both of them in terms of like, one-state solution is obviously the plus that everyone will be able to no one will have to leave there. Like, no one will have to leave. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously Palestinian people can move into other areas, but no one would be forced to like leave. Whereas a two-state solution, obviously, if you were living in one of the areas that gets carved out for the other state, you probably would leave. So we don't uproot people from homes, but at the same time, then you have people who would not want to do a one-state solution because that means Jewish people would no longer maintain the majority in the country because they wouldn't be. That's the case. There's more non-Jews in that area than there are Jewish people. I mean, it's the Mideast. But
yeah, can't have an ethno state if you have like full democracy, which is why they're against it.
I mean, what is very clear though is that this will continue to happen. There will continue to be innocent people dying if there isn't a solution. If we continue to act as if it's okay for one state to occupy and corral people into a small subsection where they have no agency over themselves, where they can't leave on their own accord. They have no airport. They have no access to necessities unless that occupying country allows them access to that. I mean, the whole idea that Israel is out to destroy Hamas is a lie, based on the fact that there is no working solution to the occupation. And as long as there's an occupation, they will never succeed in destroying Hamas, because the creation of a group like Hamas will perpetuate for all eternity as long as the occupation continues and people are treated like how they are right now in Gaza and even in the West Bank.
Mm-hmm. Also for you.
Snack Panther with a super chat. Gen Xer chipping in, even though I should take my conservative butt to sleep. Listen, you're a Gen Xer. Probably have a little bit more money than $5 as a Gen Xer, especially a conservative Gen Xer. You should give me a little bit more than $5. No. Thank you, Snack Panther. Appreciate it. Listen, I love everybody based on who they are. The whole generation thing is just an observation. It's not meant to really mean that all people in that generation suck. Although Gen X makes a good case for it. Listen, even the good Gen Xers didn't want to be around. I mean, look at Kurt Cobain. He was like, I'm out of here. I'm not.
Damn.
Mr. Will 73 with a super chat. F you, Matt, Gen Xer here, born in 73. Hold on. F you, Matt, Gen Xer here, born in 73. While I would have to agree, it's not the majority of us. See, even a Gen Xer can't deny the truth. It's right there. While I would have to agree, I don't know what happened to Gen X. It wasn't always the case. Like, it literally does seem that the COVID lockdowns radicalized them. Like,
it wasn't just them, but yeah, I see. I agree with that.
Like they had to spend a few months at home with their kids, and they went insane. It seems to be what happened, honestly.
Yeah. On that same subject, these must have came in when you were doing your Gen X rant.
Fred J. Wallace with a $10 super chat. Give us hell, Binder. Love Gen X. Listen, I mean, it's again, is it the Gen Xers watching this show? Probably not. But is it Gen Xers as a whole? Not all Gen Xers. Probably not even the majority. But enough for there to be a clear pattern.
Okay, this one is from me. For some reason, the super chats that I'm getting aren't showing up in StreamYard after this one, so I'll have to. I don't know if I can put them on screen because they're not popping up, but I can still read them. So Chris Flush with $5. Thanks for the Gen X hate, Matt Binder. But I'm going through millennial and Gen Z pain. Student debt, low pay, and I am a gay Marxist in a red state. Love you. Yeah, at that point, Chris, you're just like an honorary millennial. That is millennial pain.
Right, if you've got student loan debt and you're making less money than you deserve, you're an honorary millennial.
You're effectively one of us.
Right. Venetia with a super chat. Matt is on fire tonight. Thank you so much, Venetia. I appreciate it. I mean, I would say I'm on fire every night, but I will certainly accept.
Take the compliment.
Right.
Okay, so this is the last one that it shows me, but there are more super chats, so we'll just kind of have to go.
Really? We broke the super chat machine?
I mean, we've had more than this before. For some reason, though, it won't refresh. So this is the last one it shows me. So we're going to have to read them.
Oh, wait, I see them. Hold on. I think I
Wait, you see them on your side?
I think I do, yeah. I see more than this one, yes. I'll
continue. Okay.
You have to let me know, though, which ones are for you, because I won't be able to go back and forth to my YouTube.
Okay, no problem.
Is this for me?
Yeah, yes. Wait, I think so. Yeah.
I'm lost now. Oh my God, there are so many more super chats, dude. We gotta hurry.
Oh, we gotta speed it up. Oh God.
This might be the longest episode of Leftist Mafia ever, actually.
We're almost at 4 hours, and it is. Right. Yeah, we need to hurry. We'll try to go through them faster.
Wanda MV with a super chat. Millennials outnumbered boomers as of the 2020 census. This boomer challenges you not to stay home and get out there and outvote the boomers. Winky face.
Yes.
Right. Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Absolutely.
But also many millennials aren't voting for Biden anymore due to Israel Palestine. So
yeah,
I mean, oof. Go out there and vote in Congress, please. Although again, we're also talking about the vast majority of Congress members who don't support Palestine. Oh no. I mean, listen, I'm finding it very rough. Like, I'm not going to tell people not to vote for. I can't do that, but I am. This is way harder than honestly student loan debt and Medicare for all, and those are all obviously very important issues for me. But this one is just so in your face defiant of what is a catastrophe, an absolute. This history will remember this moment. It's bad. Spasticus. That's for me. Regarding Greatest Generation, I'm Generation X and watched progressive Greatest Generationers slowly turn right. It taught me to be check myself critically, but now I see others my age do the same. Younger gens keep me hopeful. Yeah, I like Gen Z. I'm a big fan of Gen Z. Are they perfect? Of course not. But listen, I would stand in solidarity with Gen Z before I would stand with those bastards in Gen X. Let's move on. Is this for me too? Trent with a super chat. Thank you for your coverage of and support for Palestine. This is you.
Oh, it did not show up on my end, but I will read it. A BS Anonymous Bastard of Society, $2.95. Thank you. Hey, Mike, big fan of the show. HR was my first pod. That's really cool to hear. Thank you. It's really cool to hear that.
Social lust. Oh wait, I had you read that. That was for me.
Oh, okay, because I didn't see it in my my
hey,
list
Mike,
here.
big fan of the show. HR was my first pod. Okay, now this one's for me too. Social lust. I love you guys. After the leftovers stop for a bit, I need you guys. Can I get a shout out? What's the leftovers?
It is the podcast with Hassan and Ethan Klein.
Oh, that's not going on. Oh, I think I heard about this.
I heard that he was considering pausing it. I don't know if he did, but yeah, that is sad. I think it's an important show.
I mean, if only all of the people who watched that show though moved over here like you.
That'd be great.
That'd be a big change in I think all of our lives, honestly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What is that? A couple, 5 figures worth of concurrence at a time, right? Isn't like 10,000 people watching?
It's around 20? Like probably 40, 50.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, my God.
Yeah.
Well, Ethan Klein or Hassan, if you're looking for someone to fill in until you guys decide to.
Yeah.
I'll do it with either of you, honestly.
Or you all, whoever wants to, you could come on the Leftist Mafia. We'll host either of you too.
Right. Nah, I'm good. Stop being so jealous of Mike, Matt. I got you. Thank you so much for the super. It's not jealousy. It's not jealousy. It's a little friendly competition. Friendly competition. The critical plug. So I'm not sure if you guys. No, this is for you.
Yes. So I'm not sure if you guys seen, but there's a ceasefire petition to end violence in Gaza. If you like, I can drop the link to both you guys. Yeah, thank you, Critical Plug, by the way. I actually also retweeted this on Twitter as well, but feel free to share the link so others can share it. Or sign it, I should say.
Tokyo Hans, nothing special. Just want to give you money. We can't lose to Mike. Oh, thank you. That's what this is. Oh, cool. Wow, $20 from Balthazar. Thank you so much. Let's make the totals more even for Matt. Wow. This one's for you, I think. Yeah, this is for you.
Oh, is it? Just here to balance things for Binder.
What a motherfucker.
HW Music 57.
No, I'm pretty sure it's getting balanced now. So you're allowed to give money to Mike now too, just not too much. Nah, I'm good. Oh, this is for you too.
Now I'm good. $2. John the Baptist is stinky. Don't at me. Yes, correct.
Cosmere Dragon with a $10 super chat. Some love for Matt too. Also, another reminder to bring Crystal and Kyle on. I know you were on their show, so you have a contact too. Yes, I will. We definitely have to have Crystal and Kyle on. This one is for you.
Maui. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't have to send another super chat, but I did follow you. Yeah, I will. I forgot what you told me to follow for, but I did follow you now, so I'll try to remember to check your timeline. I'm getting tired, so sorry.
Spasticus with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Spasticus. Big salute to all the troll hunters in the chat. Yes, thank you to the mods. Coyote with a $10 super chat. Wow, everybody, this is amazing. Matt, how about inviting Emma Vigeland to one episode of Leftist Mafia? I'm sure it'd be a fun episode. Wait, did we already? Are you joking? We just had
deja
this,
vu.
Yeah, this is. Balthazar with another super chat. In before Hitler was a pretty bad guy, but did he condemn Hamas? I think it is wild that people are comparing this to the Holocaust, to 9/11. We had, I think, Biden or some other major U.S. official said that this was like 15 9/11s.
Yeah, that was Biden. He said, based on their population, this is the equivalent of 15.
What a fucking slap in the face to the 9/11 families, to the families of the Holocaust. Like, what is, like, this tragedy is its own thing. Like, this
Right.
horrific act. What happened on October 7th is certainly, it's horrible. I feel so bad. I feel so much altogether for the families and the victims here of the innocent Israeli civilians. These were, I've already went through this. I've explained this on my show before to anyone who thinks they're not innocent because they're settlers. I've explained that my view is like, listen, it would have been one thing for Hamas to have done an attack as an act of defense, as settlers came armed to a Palestinian home or neighborhood in an attempt to evict them or attack them. The whole conversation would be very different if it was something like that. But just random people, many of whom probably have not taken part in any sort of what we come to understand as like the settler activity of attacking Palestinians to take their homes. Like, these were people that were literally at a concert or whatever. Like, we could talk about how, it was a bad idea to have it there outside of Gaza where people are suffering in there. That's certainly something to make the case to the people who put together that event. I hope they get sued by the families who lost people there. But the attendees, people don't think of this stuff. These people, like, they're just going to an event. Most people in the U.S. don't think about everything politically. Does that mean they deserve to be killed or taken hostage? No. So this is its own thing, and it's horrific in its own right. And it's no need to like compare it to other things. Like, to me, that's such a slap in the face to other people's, to say it's like we're having a contest of which was worse. Like, what a dumb thing to say for Biden, really.
Yeah, I don't like comparing tragedies. You don't have to. You don't need to do that. It's its own thing.
Oh yeah, I gotta do this. I forgot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why it's not popping up for me. Prairie Fire.
Oh, this is for you. My bad.
This is for me, but
yeah,
I
can't see my YouTube while I'm doing this. So yeah.
Yeah. $2. Kowalski, thank you for reading my DM and not being a sellouts. You're very welcome.
Is this for you too? Oh no, it's for me. HW Music 57 with a super chat. Just here to fix my mistake. I have no idea what your mistake was, but I appreciate it. This is for you.
Chris Flutch, $10. Thank you, Chris. I'm with you on this, Bender. This genocide enrages me, and the simple solution: give the Palestinians back their humanity and their land, hold the IDF and the extremists accountable.
This is for you too.
Shami Semgupta, 499 pounds. 5 pounds. I said that really weird, but I'm getting tired, so excuse me for that. Sam has talked on MR about how he used to have to carry a baseball bat with him because of his anti-Iraq war stance. Oh, I did not hear about that, but damn.
Super sticker from JL for me. Thank you so much. This one's for me too. Northwest Nightmares Entertainment with a super chat. Halloween movies you guys are watching? My recommendation is Brain Damage. I will definitely check that out.
I haven't checked that out yet. I haven't heard of that, but I did watch Fall of the House of Usher on Netflix. It's a series. Highly recommend.
Obviously the classics, Night of the Living Dead. One movie we watch every Halloween is Trick or Treat. That's a great Halloween movie. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
I'll have to watch that. I don't know if I've seen that. I remember people would watch that when I worked at Blockbuster. It was very popular.
Really good. It's really
okay.
Good. It really gets you in the Halloween spirit. To me, it's like the most Halloween feeling movie that's out there. Like, I feel the Halloween spirit when I watch that movie.
All right, I need that.
The critical plug. This is for you.
Oh, is it okay? Critical plug $5. Thank you. There's a great content creator you guys should have on. His name is Conscious Lee. He's pro LGBTQAI+, pro Black anti-war with a lot of charisma. I absolutely love Conscious Lee. I would love to bring him on at some point for sure.
This is for you too.
Oh, okay. HW Music 57 $6.99. Thank you. Mike gets 7.2. You all rock. Hey, thanks for sharing the love. You're all so kind.
This is also for you.
Dragos R. de Leon, 2 Canadian. Thank you. Would you ever have Matt Dillahunty as TLM guest? I would. I like Matt Dillahunty. I'm not super familiar with him, but he seems like one of the prominent atheists in that movement that didn't go like reactionary, unlike a lot of them. So yeah, I would consider that. I don't have a connect, and I don't really know him, but yeah, he'd be an interesting guy to talk to.
And another one for you.
Wow. 0PE 199. John the Clown needs to kick rocks.
And Maria M with a super chat. Shout out to everyone getting woke as fuck, but you Gen Xers are getting more conservative and Binder holds strong grudges. That deserves my support.
I'll be right back. I have to run to the bathroom and get some
no, you gotta hold it in. You gotta hold it in.
Not if we're going for 6 hours or 5 hours.
I'm good. I'm good with the super chat. Matt has obviously never had Boar's head cheeses. All right, I'm gonna read Mike's, unless it's specifically. No, I'll just read this. Ezekiel Osiris is for Mike. Juggalo ninjas for life. Whoop whoop. Another one for Mike. Jeez. This one I gotta save for him. Nominal Times with a super chat. Jenk on Timcast tomorrow goes nowhere. I'll have to check it out. We'll have to see how it goes. I don't know. Neoliberal shill with a super chat. Free Israel from jihad. All right. I mean, sure. Duke of Bread with a super chat. This for potential beef with Pacman. Also, good lad. Thank you, Duke of Bread. I'm baffled by that last. Was that someone trolling? The Matt Mercy with a super chat. Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn the IDF? Kowalski, Hamas is the shadow of the Israeli occupation. Presto Wing, I want to see you with Kyle of Secular Talk or Crystal. Yes, we'll definitely have her on. I've been on their show. This is for you from Senator Bernie Sanders, Mike.
Hey, Senator.
He's a big fan of video games, obviously.
Senator, please support the ceasefire. I think that your bitch-ass statement today was very milquetoast, and you could do better. But I appreciate the $4.99, Bernard.
Shut the fuck up, Mike. I want to know how you like Super Mario Wonder.
I have played it. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's great. Very, very cute game.
Also, I saved this one for you. I read some of your super chats, but I saved this one because it's a direct question to you instead of just like a statement.
Okay. Kit, $10. Do you follow Friendly Atheist? Hement Meta. I do. Christian nationalism is so scary to me. Gen X, ex-Catholic. His work is so informative. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I think I've actually featured some of his videos on my channel at some point. But yeah, he's excellent.
Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Matt doing collective punishment on Gen X. Ooh, good point. I guess I need to stop. Right. I'm good with a super chat. This is for you.
Yes, trying to turn this into a 10-hour stream. This is like unexpectedly long for sure.
This is a lot of super chats. This is also for you, I think.
Oh, just signed on to watch the replay. Why is this still on, right?
Oh, wait, this is me. I'm sorry. Just signed on to watch the replay. Why is this still on? Mike, greetings from Tacoma. I have 50 characters left. Bloop, bloop, left is best. The Matt Mercy with super chat. Long live Palestine by Loki. Righteous banger. I'll have to check it out.
I haven't heard that. Ray Russell with $10. Thank you, Ray. Robert Card was a regular at the restaurant her targeted. I think they targeted. He shot people he normally played cornhole with. I know because I worked there. I was able to get out the back door when it started. No kidding.
Are you okay, man? I hope you're okay.
Ray. Wow. And I recognize Ray in the chat all the time too. That's so horrifying. And
so you know him, like, not like, I mean, I'm not even saying you spoke with him, but you recognize him as a regular, right? Now I'm really into. I would do a 5-hour chat if you are here. I would love to. If there's something you think you can share that's worthy of hearing. I mean, I don't mean worthy. I mean worth. Like, you think it'll add something to the news about what happened. I would love to hear. I hope you're doing okay. I know you said you were able to get out of the back door, but
that's so traumatizing.
Yes.
Man.
Jeez.
Oh God. What a week. What a month.
Colt Dog says y'all should get the Left Reckoning boys and Leftist Mafia.
That'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
I would love that.
Leck and Griscom, absolutely.
Love them both.
Justice is a lie with a super chat. How do I talk to you? Hi. How you doing? Oh, you mean like on the show? I take calls on my stream, which is usually Tuesday nights. It won't be Tuesday this upcoming week because it's Halloween, and I have children, and they want to go trick or treating, and I'm not going to deny them of that. So I will probably do a stream. I don't even know if I could do a stream Wednesday. I'll figure out when to do a stream. It'll be sometime next week. It'll probably be Wednesday. It's probably the only time I can fit anything in. But I'll let you guys know. But it definitely won't be Tuesday because it's Halloween. And this is for me. Cheese aside, this Bay photo. Cheese aside, I still think you should have Pacman on to discuss debate issues. He claims to not support Netanyahu, settlers, etc. would be content. Oh, I would love to talk to Pacman. Even if Pacman hated me and we didn't squash the beef and cleared up the misunderstanding. I would talk with Pac. I did a thing with Tim Pool, Lauren Chen. I've spoken to Paul Elam, the men's rights activist. I would have a conversation with anybody. I think it is valuable. I know people don't. I'm not a debate me, bro. I'm not going around having debates all the time. But I do think when the opportunity arises, I think it's important to talk with people. I just think that, and I think it's helpful to, even if you could reach one person who normally watches that other person, it was completely worth it.
It's funny how that you're like, I would talk to Pacman. I mean, I've talked to Tim Pool. My
point.
I know you didn't mean that.
My point was to compare how I disagree with them on everything that they believe.
Right.
And then use that to talk, like, to compare it to someone who I would have a disagreement with, like, for personal reasons.
Yeah.
Like, you would think that the personal reason might even be worse than someone you would disagree with ideologically.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have any issue with Pacman based on person. Even when this happened, I didn't have any beef with him personally. I don't know Pacman as a person. From what I understand from people who know him, he's a fine guy with bad takes on things.
Mm-hmm.
for a progressive, I should say. You know, he probably has better takes than, you know, obviously right wingers and even like most like mainstream liberals, I assume.
The fuck?
Jay Rude with a super chat. Lungfish. No idea what you're talking about.
Is that a band or something?
Justice is Alive with super chat. What's the mechanism though? Mechanism. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so if you're saying you just want to talk like a caller, like a call-in, you'll be able to call me on the live stream, youtube.com/MattBinder when I'm live. So subscribe there. And when I'm live, there'll be a Skype handle that I call into that you'll be able to call me on. I'm not going to share it here because you don't need it right now. I share it on that live stream when I'm on. And you're not going to know how to call me unless you're watching the live stream. So, but if you're saying like you have information or you want to talk to me as like a guest, like someone who experienced something specific that like you think would make for a good episode or a story, you can DM me on Twitter at MattBinder. You can email me matt@mattx.com. You can literally just look me up and you'll find links to contact me. So please do if that's what it is. Absolutely. And I think with that, oh no, more people.
Oh my goodness.
These two are for you though, Mike.
Are they? It's not. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. It is showing up. Jeremy Lasta, $10. Thank you. I came on late and wondered if David, Lance, Rebecca all got removed from the lineup. Love you all. Keep kicking butt. Left is best. Yes. Yes, we have some
right,
bad
they all
news,
quit the
folks.
show today. This is just me and Mike now. Yes. This is the equivalent of our fireside chats that this is our fireside chats. Yeah. One of my headphones AirPods just died, so we're really getting in.
The
other one just died too.
It up.
Yeah, all right, this is the last one. Here we go. Oh no, there's two more. Quick, go, Mike.
Oh, it's me? Chris Corcoran, $5. Thank you. I don't think the Palestine situation will win Trump any votes, but I'm worried people not turning out could benefit him. Do you think he could win? Yes. I have a video coming out tomorrow at 9. I talk about this very thing. So definitely check it out. I'll share my full thoughts there.
And the final super chat of the night, Jay Rude. I sent that to see. Watching. All right, cool. Oh wait, one more. Just you got in at the nick of time, Trent. Trent with a $10 super chat all night long. Matt and Mike gang. All right, everyone.
Hey.
Thank you so much. Oh, over on Twitch, who should we raid?
Let's raid T-Pain.
T-Pain's on?
Yes.
Oh, really quick. Rick Bloodaxe, thank you for the subscription with Prime on Twitch at twitch.tv/MattBinder. Chakuda, thank you for the bits. Watch Killers of the Flower Moon, says Chakuda. And Valanova, thank you for the bits. Norm wrote a Substack called Transgender Cult. He's getting kind of crazy in old age. Yeah.
Oh, fuck him then.
Yeah, he's losing it a bit. And Abon, but he still has that really good. He has really good takes, obviously, on Israel and Palestine. And Abon V cheered bits. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, who did you say we should raid?
T-Pain.
Who's T-Pain?
He is an R&B singer who just streamed with Hassan. And there's
Wait, are you talking about T-Pain, like the artist, like the guy who's known for autotune?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he only has 1,000 people watching. We can get his attention. I'm a stan. I'm a longtime stan of him.
You think he would? All right, let's hold on.
I would die if he said Humanist Report.
Oh, let's wow. Let's see. Let's try this out. Are you being serious? You want to do this?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right, hold on. He streamed with Hassan?
He did, yeah. Hassan was like, "Mom, I'm streaming with T-Pain." It was really funny. Oh, I can hear my voice, and it's okay.
Are you pressing start raid?
I'm ready.
Oh, I'm doing it right now. All right, let's raid T-Pain. And I'm sorry if you hear the echo. My headphones died, and I'm not gonna.
No, you're good.
Yeah. All right, you pressing it, Mike? All
right, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
All right, peace, everybody.
Take care.